Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. The Commonwealth winter descended with unforgiving intensity, transforming the wasteland into a crystalline realm of deadly beauty. Snow blanketed the broken landscape in pristine white, softening the jagged edges of ruins and filling the hollows between fallen structures. Frozen breath hung in the air like ghostly whispers, dissipating slowly as the temperature continued its relentless drop with the setting sun. Through this beautiful but hostile terrain, a lone wanderer pressed forward with determined steps. Wrapped in layers of scavenged clothing and worn leather armor, they moved with the measured pace of someone experienced in wasteland travel. Each step placed deliberately to conserve energy while maintaining steady progress. A weathered pack hung across broad shoulders, containing the essential supplies that separated survival from disaster in the unforgiving Commonwealth winter. The wanderer paused briefly atop a snow-covered rise, surveying the path ahead with eyes narrowed against the wind's bitter edge. The Pip-Boys strapped to their wrist cast a soft green glow across features hardened by months of wasteland survival, its radiation detector clicking with increasing frequency. The display confirmed what experienced senses had already detected: a radstorm approaching from the northeast, its sickly green clouds visible even in the fading daylight. 2 hours at most, the wanderer murmured, voice barely audible above the wind's low moan. Each word emerged wrapped in a cloud of frozen breath, hanging momentarily before being whisked away. The Pip-Boys' map display showed no settlements marked within reasonable distance, a concerning reality as darkness approached and radiation levels began their inevitable climb. As the wanderer calculated options with the pragmatic efficiency of seasoned survival, an unexpected silhouette emerged through swirling snow, a weathered sign, half buried in a drift but still legible. Mount Frost Resort, New England's premier ski destination. An arrow pointed toward a mountain path, winding upward through increasingly dense woods. Hope kindled cautiously as the wanderer considered the possibility of solid shelter rather than another night huddled in the inadequate protection of a ruined building or rocky overhang. The decision made itself as the first tendrils of the radstorm reached overhead, casting an eerie green tint across the pristine snow. The wanderer turned toward the mountain path, adjusting course with single-minded purpose. Legs that had grown weary with miles of travel found renewed strength in the prospect of proper shelter, pushing through deepening snow with determined strides. The path wound steadily upward, ancient asphalt occasionally visible beneath the snow where the tree canopy had provided some protection from accumulation. Pre-war vehicles lay half buried along the route, converted by time and weather into abstract sculptures of rust and ice. The wanderer passed these silently, eyes constantly scanning for movement, hands never straying far from the weathered hunting rifle slung across their back. As elevation increased, so did the storm's intensity. Radioactive snow began to fall, delicate flakes glowing with an unnatural green luminescence that might have been beautiful were it not so deadly. The wanderer pulled a scarf higher across their face and tugged goggles into place, creating whatever barrier possible against the invisible poison carried by each crystalline flake. Just as visibility threatened to disappear entirely, the trees thinned to reveal a large clearing dominated by an imposing structure. The Mount Frost Resort rose before the wanderer like a vision from another world, a massive timber and stone lodge that had weathered the apocalypse with surprising dignity. Though clearly modified for post-war survival with boarded windows and defensive reinforcements, its grand architecture remained unmistakable. Multiple stories rose toward a peaked roof now laden with snow, while stone chimneys extended skyward like sentinels standing watch. Most promising, soft light glowed from between the boards covering several windows, the unmistakable warm flicker of actual firelight rather than the harsh electronic illumination of scavenged technology. The sight kindled cautious hope in the wanderer's chest. Light meant occupants, and while that carried its own potential dangers, it also suggested warmth and shelter from the rapidly intensifying storm. Approaching with the careful deliberation of someone who had learned wasteland lessons through hard experience, the wanderer studied the lodge's exterior. Defensive measures had been implemented with thoughtful efficiency. Strategic barricades, elevated observation points, walkways connecting upper levels to allow movement without exposure. Yet these preparations lacked the excessive brutality typical of raider strongholds, or the regimented precision of military outposts. Instead, they suggested practical people focused on survival rather than dominance. As the wanderer reached what had once been the main entrance, grand double doors now reinforced with salvaged metal, wind-driven snow intensified around them, carrying an increasingly potent radiation signature. The Pip-Boy's Geiger counter clicked with growing urgency, confirming what experience had already suggested. Seeking shelter was no longer optional, but immediately necessary. Before the wanderer could identify the best approach to request entry, a small view panel slid open in the reinforced door. Weathered eyes peered out from a face lined with age, but alert with intelligence, studying the unexpected visitor with cautious assessment rather than immediate hostility. "Caught in the rad storm, are you?" The voice carried the distinctive rasp of advanced age, yet remained strong and clear. "Not a night to be wandering the mountain. What brings you to our doorstep?" The wanderer lowered their scarf enough to speak clearly, revealing a face etched with recent travel but lacking malicious intent. "Seeking shelter from the storm. I can trade supplies or assist with work in exchange for a place by the fire until it passes." A moment of consideration followed as the eyes continued their careful evaluation. The wanderer stood patiently, understanding the caution that governed all wasteland interactions. Trust came neither quickly nor freely in a world where misjudgment often carried fatal consequences. "We don't turn away travelers during rad storms," the voice decided finally. "Lodge rules are simple. No weapons drawn inside. Contribute what you can. Respect boundaries. Acceptable?" The wanderer nodded agreement, relief carefully contained beneath a reserved exterior. "Absolutely. Thank you." Metal scraped against metal as impromptu locks were disengaged, followed by the substantial weight of the reinforced door swinging inward. Golden light spilled out into the storm-whipped darkness, accompanied by a wave of blessed warmth that the wanderer felt like a physical presence after hours in the bitter cold. The figure revealed by this opening stood straight despite advanced years, a tall man with a full white beard and shoulders still broad beneath a worn flannel shirt. He carried himself with the quiet dignity of someone who had survived countless hardships without surrendering essential humanity in the process. Curtis Palmer, he introduced himself simply, stepping aside to allow entry. Lodge keeper, you might say. Been maintaining this place for nearly 30 winters now. The wanderer stepped through the threshold into warmth that felt almost overwhelming after the frozen journey. Snow melted instantly from winter gear, creating small puddles on the weathered wooden floor of what had once been the resort's grand lobby. The space revealed itself gradually as eyes adjusted from storm darkness to the gentle illumination of multiple fireplaces and scattered lanterns. What had once been an opulent welcome area for wealthy ski enthusiasts had transformed into a practical communal living space while retaining echoes of its former character. Massive support beams stretched overhead, still bearing decorative carvings now darkened by decades of wood smoke. Stone fireplaces that had once existed for ambience now served the essential function of heating the expansive space. Pre-war furniture had been supplemented with salvaged pieces, arranged in conversational groupings that suggested community rather than mere survival. Most striking were the windows, massive panels that had once showcased mountain vistas, now carefully covered with wooden shutters and reinforced barriers that could be adjusted to balance protection with precious daylight. Several had been opened slightly before the storm's arrival, allowing flickering firelight to escape into the night. "Let's get you situated by the main fire," Curtis suggested, gesturing toward the largest of several hearths where flames danced with hypnotic rhythm. "Melt that mountain chill from your bones before we handle introductions. Rag storms usually pass by morning, so you've found yourself shelter for the night at least." The wanderer followed gratefully, becoming aware of other occupants as they moved deeper into the lodge. Perhaps a dozen people occupied the communal space. Some engaged in quiet conversation, others focused on various maintenance tasks, a few simply resting near fires, with the peaceful expressions of those who had found rare security in an insecure world. While many glanced up with natural curiosity at the newcomer, none exhibited the immediate suspicion or aggression common to wasteland encounters. Instead, their attention carried the measured assessment of a community that had established sufficient security to avoid constant fear without surrendering necessary caution. The main fireplace dominated the far wall, a massive stone structure large enough to accommodate logs of substantial size, radiating glorious heat across a seating area arranged in semicircle before it. Curtis directed the wanderer to an empty armchair, worn smooth by years of use, but still offering comfortable respite from the journey. "Warm yourself properly," he suggested, his tone carrying the authority of long experience. "I'll fetch some tea." We maintain a greenhouse on the southern exposure that provides surprising bounty even in winter. Nothing clears radiation exposure like fresh herbs, properly steeped. As Curtis moved away toward what had once been the resort's restaurant area, the wanderer began carefully removing outer layers crusted with radioactive snow. Each item was handled with the methodical care of someone well versed in radiation hazards, shaken outside. The nearest window opened momentarily for this purpose, then hung on designated hooks, well away from communal areas. The warmth of the fire penetrated gradually through clothing, still chilled from hours of exposure, creating the peculiar tingling sensation of extremities returning to proper temperature. The wanderer stretched hands toward the flames, watching as the gentle golden light revealed skin mapped with the small scars inevitable to wasteland survival. first time seeing our humble abode?" The question came from a woman seated nearby, her voice carrying the soft accent characteristic of Commonwealth Western settlements. She cradled a sleeping child of perhaps 4 years against her shoulder, the small figure bundled in a patchwork blanket of salvaged fabrics. "It's something special, isn't it? Especially on storm nights." The wanderer nodded, offering a small smile that transformed weather-hardened features. Never imagined finding a place like this intact. Most pre-war resorts were either destroyed or claimed by raiders long ago. The mountain location protected it from the worst devastation, the woman explained, adjusting her position to better support the sleeping child. "And Curtis has been maintaining it since before I was born. I'm Elena, by the way. My son Jacob and I arrived just before the first snow. Needed somewhere safe after our settlement was hit by raiders. Seems you found it," the wanderer observed, noting the relatively peaceful sleep of the child. A rare sight in a world where even the youngest learned to wake at the slightest unusual sound. Eleanor nodded, unconsciously drawing the blanket higher around her son's shoulders. "Safest I've felt in months. Curtis has rules about who can stay. No troublemakers. Everyone contributes what they can. Shared work and shared resources. Simple but effective." Curtis returned carrying a ceramic mug filled with steaming liquid, the rich herbal aroma preceding his arrival. He presented this to the wanderer with the dignity of someone offering genuine hospitality, rather than mere utilitarian sustenance. "Mountain herb tea with a touch of honey from our protected hives," he explained as the wanderer accepted with genuine appreciation. "Best remedy for radiation exposure short of actual radaway. Drink it while it's hot." The first sip revealed surprising complexity. Bitter herbal notes balanced with subtle sweetness, warming from within as it traveled downward. The wanderer savored this unexpected luxury, recognizing the significant resources represented by such a beverage in the resource-scarce wasteland. "The lodge seems remarkably well established," the wanderer observed, genuine curiosity replacing travel-worn weariness, especially for such a remote location. Curtis settled into a nearby chair with the careful movements of advanced age, though his posture remained remarkably straight. "Was the assistant manager here before the war," he explained, surprising the wanderer with this direct connection to the world before. "Became head of maintenance afterward, when it was clear no corporate leadership remained to give directives. Seemed sensible to maintain what we had rather than abandon it." His gaze turned reflective as he watched the dancing flames. "Had a small staff that stayed on initially. Those who couldn't or wouldn't return to cities that no longer existed. Learned to adapt the resort systems for long-term sustainability. Solar panels on the south-facing slopes still generate power when properly maintained. Geothermal heating system supplements the fireplaces. Greenhouse provides year-round produce, and the mountain springs offer clean water requiring minimal filtration." This explained the unusual level of comfort evident throughout the lodge. Not just survival, but a quality of life rarely encountered in Commonwealth settlements. The wanderer listened with genuine interest while continuing to savor the exceptional tea, feeling radiation-induced discomfort gradually receding under its influence. "Most impressive," the wanderer acknowledged sincerely. "Few places have maintained such systems successfully through the decades." "Hasn't been without challenges," Curtis admitted, his weathered face demonstrating the cost of such long-term survival. "We've weathered raider attacks, supply shortages, mechanical failures, lost good people along the way." His expression shifted toward resolution rather than dwelling on past sorrows. "But the lodge remains, offering sanctuary to those who need it most during the harshest season." The conversation might have continued in this reflective direction had it not been for a sudden change in the lodge's atmosphere. The comfortable background hum of conversation diminished as a metallic groaning echoed through the structure, followed by the distinctive sound of electrical systems powering down. The lights, modest fixtures supplementing firelight, flickered once before extinguishing completely, leaving only flame illumination throughout the space. Generators failing again, Curtis observed with calm resignation rather than alarm. Earlier than expected this time, storm must have damaged something in the external housing. The Wanderer recognized the controlled concern beneath his composed exterior. A generator failure during a radstorm represented serious danger rather than mere inconvenience. Without power to operate the geothermal exchange system, the massive lodge would gradually surrender its accumulated warmth to the sub-zero temperatures outside. Fireplaces alone, while adequate for gathering spaces, couldn't maintain survival temperatures throughout the entire structure during deep winter nights. "I have some mechanical experience," the Wanderer offered, setting aside the now empty mug. "Repaired generators in several settlements during my travels." Curtis studied the Wanderer with renewed assessment. "Appreciate the offer, but the generator shed is 50 yards from the main building. Radiation levels during a storm this intense would cause significant exposure during the necessary repair time." "I have this," the Wanderer replied, revealing the Pit-Boy with its radiation monitoring capabilities, "and enough Radex to handle brief exposure if we move quickly. Better than risking everyone's safety if temperatures drop too far." The lodge keeper considered this with the measured evaluation of someone accustomed to balancing various risk factors. Around them, other residents had begun adding fuel to fireplaces and lighting additional lanterns. Practiced responses to a situation they had clearly experienced before. "The main circulation system can maintain critical temperature for approximately 2 hours without power," Curtis calculated aloud. "After that, we'd need to consolidate everyone into the central rooms and seal off peripheral spaces." His decision formed with practical acceptance of necessity. "If you're genuinely offering assistance, I won't refuse it, but I'm coming with you. Know the system better than anyone, and two can work faster than one." The Wanderer nodded agreement, already mentally preparing for the expedition into the storm. "What tools will we need?" Within minutes, both were redressing in winter gear, this time with specific preparation for the hazardous conditions outside. Curtis provided additional protective layers from the lodge supplies, thicker gloves, insulated boots, and most importantly, masks designed to filter radioactive particles from the air. Their movements carried the efficient cooperation of those focused on a necessary task rather than conversation, checking equipment and gathering tools with practiced motions. Elena approached as they completed preparations, her expression showing concern beneath practical resilience. "Be careful out there, both of you. Jacob and I need this place to stay warm." Though her words carried personal concern, they represented the unspoken worry of everyone watching the preparations. "We'll have it running before you notice the difference," Curtis assured her with the confident tone of someone who had overcome similar challenges many times before. "Keep everyone centralized near the main fireplaces until we return." At the rear service entrance, Curtis paused for final verification of their readiness. "Generator shed is directly east of this door, halfway to the old ski equipment building. Stay close. Visibility will be minimal once we're in the storm. If your radiation monitor hits dangerous levels, we return immediately regardless of repair status. Clear?" The Wanderer nodded, adjusting protective goggles into position. "Absolutely. Lead when ready." Curtis pulled his own mask into place before unlocking the heavy door. An immediate blast of frigid air invaded the warm space as it opened, carrying swirling snow illuminated by the eerie green glow of radiation. Without hesitation, he stepped into the storm, with the Wanderer following closely behind. The intensity of the rad storm became immediately apparent once outside the lodge's protection. Wind-driven snow reduced visibility to mere feet, while the Pip-Boy's radiation detector clicked with concerning frequency. The Wanderer activated the dose counter, establishing a clear limit for safe exposure before they would need to retreat regardless of their progress. They moved with careful determination through snow that reached mid-calf in some areas, each step placed deliberately to maintain balance while making steady progress. Curtis navigated primarily by memory and occasional landmarks barely visible through the swirling white. A buried fence post here, the corner of a maintenance shed there. Despite his advanced age, he maintained remarkable stamina, pushing forward with the resolve of someone who understood exactly what depended on their success. The generator shed emerged from the storm haze after approximately 30 seconds of difficult travel. A sturdy structure built of concrete blocks with a metal roof, now laden with glowing snow. Curtis led them to its entrance, fumbling briefly with frozen keys before unlocking the reinforced door. Both pushed inside with palpable relief, securing the door against the howling storm. Interior darkness gave way to the soft green illumination of the Pip-Boy as the Wanderer activated its light function. The shed housed a substantial generator system, clearly pre-war military grade rather than civilian equipment, suggesting careful scavenging and installation in the years following the apocalypse. Additional components had been integrated over time, creating a hybrid system that combined original engineering with wasteland. Curtis moved directly to the main control panel, where indicator lights normally signaling operational status remained dark. Power feed from the solar array is intact, he observed, checking specific gauges with practiced familiarity. Fuel reserves at acceptable levels. Problem must be in the ignition system or the main transfer coupling. The Wanderer conducted parallel assessment of the mechanical components, experienced hands moving across connectors and housings with methodical thoroughness. There's our issue, they announced after several moments of careful inspection, indicating where a power coupling had partially detached from its mounting, likely due to vibration combined with the extreme temperature fluctuations. Connections failing intermittently, probably worsened by the storm's electromagnetic effect. Good eye, Curtis acknowledged with professional appreciation. That coupling was scheduled for replacement next supply run. Should have prioritized it sooner. His tone carried the practical self-assessment of an experienced technician rather than self-recrimination. Lessons noted for future application rather than wasteland hand-wringing. The Wanderer was already retrieving specific tools from their pack, selecting a specialized wrench and electrical tape with the efficiency of someone accustomed to field repairs. We can stabilize it temporarily with proper bracing. Won't be permanent, but should hold until proper replacement parts can be acquired. They worked together with the wordless coordination of experienced mechanics, each anticipating the other's needs and movements in the confined space. Curtis held components in position with hands still strong despite their age, while the Wanderer made necessary adjustments to the failing coupling. Their breath formed clouds of condensation in the unheated shed, illuminated by the Pip-Boy's green glow as they focused on the critical repair. "Hand me that electrical tape," the Wanderer requested, carefully maintaining pressure on the stabilized coupling. "Need to insulate this connection before attempting restart." Curtis provided the requested item without comment, understanding the delicate balance they were establishing within the jury-rigged repair. The Wanderer wrapped the connection with practiced precision, layers applied with specific tension and overlap patterns to create maximum stability while maintaining necessary flexibility for normal operational vibration. "That should secure it for now," the Wanderer assessed, stepping back to evaluate their work. Not elegant, but functional until proper replacement can happen. Curtis nodded approval, already moving toward the starter controls. Only one way to verify. Stand clear of the main housing. If our repair holds, the initial power surge will be substantial. The Wanderer moved to the indicated position as Curtis initiated the startup sequence. For several tense moments, nothing happened beyond the initial mechanical engagement. Then, with a deep mechanical groan followed by increasing mechanical rhythm, the generator surged to life. Indicator lights illuminated across the control panel in sequence. Amber, then green as systems stabilized and power flow established. Connection holding, Curtis confirmed, watching specific gauges with careful attention. Power output reaching nominal levels. The Lodge systems should be reactivating now. Their successful repair acknowledged with professional satisfaction rather than celebration. They prepared for the return journey through the continuing storm. The Pip-Boy's radiation counter had recorded concerning but not immediately dangerous exposure levels. Sufficient motivation to return quickly while avoiding unnecessary haste that might lead to injury in the treacherous conditions. Securing the generator shed behind them, they re-entered the full fury of the rad storm. If anything, conditions had worsened during their repair work. Visibility reduced even further, wind carrying snow and radioactive particles with increased intensity. They moved in close formation, the Wanderer slightly ahead now, using the Pip-Boy's navigation function to maintain direct course back to the Lodge entrance. Halfway to their destination, Curtis stumbled briefly on ice hidden beneath the snow. The Wanderer's reaction came instantly, a supportive hand stabilizing the older man before he could fall completely, preventing potential injury that would have complicated their return significantly. Curtis nodded silent thanks as they continued without breaking stride, the brief incident demonstrating the practical cooperation that defined wasteland survival. The Lodge's service entrance appeared through the storm haze like a beacon of salvation. Light now visible around its edges, confirming their successful repair had indeed restored power to the main building. They pushed inside with palpable relief, securing the heavy door against the howling storm before beginning the process of removing contaminated outer gear. Inside, the Lodge had already responded to the restored power, heating systems humming with renewed purpose. Modest lighting returned to supplement the fireplace illumination, background systems resuming their operation with barely noticed efficiency. Lodge residents approached with expressions of genuine appreciation, particularly Elena, who carried Jacob still wrapped in his patchwork blanket. "You fixed it," she stated simply, relief evident beneath practical acknowledgement. "The little one can sleep in proper warmth tonight because of you both." Curtis accepted this recognition with modest dignity, while efficiently organizing the proper disposal of their contaminated outer garments. Standard maintenance, nothing more. Would have been necessary regardless, though our visitor's assistance certainly expedited the process. He gestured toward the main fireplace. "Both of us could use some time by the fire now. Radiation exposure requires proper treatment." The Wanderer followed willingly toward the magnificent hearth where flames continued their mesmerizing dance. The contrast between the bitter radioactive cold outside and the Lodge's protected warmth created profound appreciation for this rare sanctuary. As they settled into comfortable chairs positioned to maximize healing warmth, Curtis produced 2 fresh mugs of his specialized herbal tea, added a stronger decoction of purification herbs, he explained, offering one to the Wanderer. Best consumed while contemplating fire rather than frozen death. Lodged prescription for radiation exposure. The Wanderer accepted with genuine gratitude. Cradling the warm mug between hands, still gaining full sensation after exposure to the bitter cold. The rich aroma of carefully cultivated herbs rose with the steam, promising both physical and spiritual restoration after their brief but intense journey into the storm. Conversation throughout the lodge gradually resumed its normal rhythm. As residents returned to previous activities, the crisis resolved through effective cooperation. Some gathered in small groups, voices gentle against the background crackling of multiple fireplaces. Others engaged in quiet, productive work, maintaining clothing, preparing preserved food, maintaining essential equipment with the patient attention of those who understood that survival required constant diligence. "You mentioned traveling extensively," Curtis noted after they had enjoyed comfortable silence for several minutes. Rare to encounter someone who chooses continuous movement over settlement life, especially during winter months. The wanderer considered this observation thoughtfully before responding. "Started as necessity rather than choice. Settlement I called home was destroyed last summer. Territorial expansion by one of the more aggressive Commonwealth factions. Found myself without roots, so I began walking. Discovered there's always another horizon, another community needing specific help, another forgotten place holding unexpected resources." Curtis nodded understanding, his expression reflecting similar experiences from his own long journey through the post-war world. The wandering path has value, connects isolated communities, transfers knowledge that might otherwise remain locked in dying settlements, reminds us all that humanity continues beyond our immediate walls. This philosophical observation revealed the depth behind his practical exterior, wisdom gathered through decades of wasteland existence. The wanderer recognized a kindred spirit despite their different choices, someone who understood both the harshness and unexpected grace found in the broken world they all inhabited. Their conversation continued with unhurried ease as the evening deepened around them, sharing experiences and observations without the guarded restraint typical of wasteland interactions. The radstorm continued its assault outside, occasionally audible when wind gusts reached particular intensity, but its threat remained securely beyond the lodge's protective barrier. Within this sanctuary, warmth and safety created space for human connection, often sacrificed to mere survival in harsher environments. Others gradually joined their fireside circle, Elena settling nearby, with Jacob now awake and quietly playing with carved wooden toys. An elderly couple who maintained the greenhouse sharing samples of fresh produce. A young man who had once been a caravan guard before losing a leg to wasteland dangers. Each contributed to emerging conversation with unique perspective and experience, creating a communal tapestry of shared humanity rarely experienced in the fragmented Commonwealth. As the evening progressed toward night, Curtis organized sleeping arrangements with practical efficiency, some residents retreating to private rooms in upper levels, others preparing bedlolls in communal areas nearest the main fireplaces. The wanderer was offered a comfortable couch, positioned to benefit from radiant heat throughout the night, with clean blankets produced from the lodge's carefully maintained supply. "Rest well," Curtis suggested as he prepared to retire to his own quarters. "Storm should pass by morning based on barometric readings. You're welcome to join breakfast before continuing your journey. Greenhouse provides enough that sharing brings no hardship." The wanderer thanked him with sincere appreciation, recognizing the genuine hospitality rarely encountered in wasteland travels. As the lodge gradually settled into nighttime quiet, various residents finding their selected sleeping places, the wanderer remained briefly awake by the fire's diminishing light, contemplating the unexpected sanctuary found amid winter's harshest expression. Outside, radioactive snow continued accumulating against the lodge's sturdy walls, wind searching for entrances that remained securely sealed against its intrusion. The generator hummed with steady rhythm, its temporary repair holding against the storm's challenge. Throughout the structure, heating systems maintained life-preserving warmth despite external temperatures that would claim unprepared travelers within hours. The contrast created profound appreciation for both the physical shelter and human community discovered within these protective walls. The Wanderer's experiences had demonstrated repeatedly that the Commonwealth's greatest harshness often revealed its most unexpected grace. Moments of genuine connection and cooperation emerging precisely when survival seemed most threatened. As sleep gradually claimed consciousness, the Wanderer's last awareness was of soft firelight playing across weathered wooden beams overhead, the quiet breathing of others resting nearby, and the profound security of walls standing strong against winter's assault. Tomorrow would bring continued journey, new horizons and unknown challenges, but tonight offered rare peaceful respite in a world where such moments remained precious beyond measure. While the weary wanderer slept peacefully within the sanctuary of the mountain lodge, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, nature prepared its own transformation. Beneath the frozen ground, mutated seeds stirred with the first imperceptible warming that preceded visible spring. In an ancient botanical research facility surrounded by crumbling urban ruins, dedicated caretakers carefully tended experimental plants whose impossible blossoms would soon transform radiation into vibrant color. As our traveler rests before returning to the frozen wasteland path, our next tale beckons from the miraculous renewal found within a shattered dome of glass and hope. Join us for spring's promise. The Commonwealth's spring arrived in subtle increments, its gentle transformation almost imperceptible at first against the wasteland's persistent desolation. Snow retreated gradually from southern exposures, revealing patches of earth that had slumbered beneath winter's blanket. The harsh winds that had dominated for months softened into occasional breezes carrying hints of moisture rather than bitter cold. Morning frost thinned daily until it appeared only in the deepest shadows, surrendering elsewhere to the strengthening sun. Through this awakening landscape, a solitary explorer moved with measured purpose, following a trail marked more by intuition than clear pathways. Dressed in practical layers that could be adjusted as the day's temperature shifted, they carried a pack balanced perfectly for extended travel, heavy enough to contain essential supplies, but not so burdensome as to restrict necessary mobility. A weathered hat protected against both sun and occasional radiation showers, its wide brim bearing the stains and repairs of countless journeys. Eliza Chen had built her reputation among Commonwealth settlements as a reliable courier and scout, someone who could navigate the treacherous spaces between established communities when others would not risk the journey. Unlike many who limited their travel to familiar routes, she specialized in exploring the forgotten corners of the wasteland, seeking useful resources or knowledge that might benefit the tentative network of cooperation emerging among peaceful settlements. Her current expedition had begun 2 weeks earlier in a small farming community near the Commonwealth's southern border. There she had heard fragmented rumors of fresh produce appearing in traveling caravans. Not the usual tough radiation-resistant variants cultivated throughout the wasteland, but vibrant vegetables and fruits of exceptional quality and surprising variety. When pressed for details, the caravan guards had mentioned only the garden people living somewhere in the Eastern Territories, their exact location either protected information or genuinely unknown. For Eliza, such mysteries represented irresistible professional curiosity rather than mere personal interest. If someone had developed enhanced agricultural techniques, That knowledge could substantially improve life throughout the struggling Commonwealth settlements. Food security remained one of the most persistent challenges in post-war existence, with each season bringing its own uncertainties of harvest, success, or failure. She paused atop a gentle rise, surveying the landscape ahead while consulting the map displayed on her Pip-Boy. The device's previous owner had marked numerous locations throughout the region, but large sections remained annotated simply as unexplored or hazardous terrain. Designations she had gradually replaced with her own more detailed observations during previous expeditions. Eastern approach looks promising, she murmured to herself, a habit developed during long, solitary travels. Her voice emerged quiet but clear in the spring stillness, startling a radstag fawn that had been grazing unnoticed nearby. The young creature bounded away on awkward legs, its two heads swiveling independently to track potential threats, while seeking the protection of its unseen parent. Eliza smiled briefly at the encounter before returning her attention to navigation. The terrain ahead transitioned from the open fields of a former suburban development to more densely wooded areas that had reclaimed what humans had abandoned. Broken foundations occasionally emerged from undergrowth, their crumbling concrete providing the only evidence that homes had once stood in neat rows along planned streets. Nature had reasserted its dominance here more completely than in many Commonwealth regions, with mutated flora thriving in the enriched soil of former gardens and parks. As she descended into this verdant reclamation, Eliza maintained the careful alertness that had preserved her through countless expeditions. Eyes constantly scanned for movement beyond the gentle stirring of branches in the breeze. Ears noted the normal sounds of woodland creatures while remaining sensitive to any disruption that might indicate human or super-mutant presence. Though her right hand remained casually near the weathered 10mm pistol holstered at her hip, her posture conveyed experienced confidence rather than nervous anticipation. The path she followed appeared more defined as she progressed eastward, subtle but unmistakable signs of regular human passage gradually becoming visible to her trained eye. Branches trimmed with clean cuts rather than broken haphazardly. Stone arrangements that might seem random to casual observation, but clearly marked direction to those who understood their significance. Most telling were occasional planting beds bordered with salvaged bricks, containing what appeared to be deliberately cultivated mushrooms and root vegetables arranged in careful patterns. Eliza paused to examine one such bed, kneeling to inspect the growth with genuine curiosity. Unlike the haphazard gardens maintained by most settlements, these displayed sophisticated understanding of companion planting. Specific species arranged to benefit each other's growth while deterring common pests. More surprising was the soil quality, dark and rich with organic matter rather than the thin, irradiated medium that challenged most Commonwealth agricultural efforts. Clearly deliberate cultivation, she noted quietly, respectfully returning a displaced leaf to its original position, and recently tended. Rising to continue her journey, Eliza noticed a new feature emerging through the trees ahead. What appeared to be a massive, curved structure reflecting afternoon sunlight in scattered patterns. As she approached with measured caution, the object gradually revealed itself to be a ginormous geodesic dome, its geometric framework still largely intact. Despite the decades since its construction, many of the original glass panels had shattered during the initial devastation or subsequent storms, but approximately 2/3 had been replaced with various transparent or translucent materials. Salvaged plastics, carefully preserved glass, and what appeared to be handcrafted alternatives fashioned from unknown resources. The overall effect was breathtaking. a massive crystalline structure rising from the reclaimed wilderness, catching and dispersing light in countless directions. Unlike the utilitarian construction that characterized most wasteland settlements, this creation balanced practical function with undeniable beauty, its mathematical precision creating harmony against the organic chaos of the surrounding forest. As Eliza approached, she noticed subtle defensive measures integrated into the landscape surrounding the dome, not the aggressive barricades and weapon emplacements common to most protected communities, but thoughtfully designed deterrents that redirected approach rather than threatening immediate violence. Paths were channeled between thorn-bearing plants arranged in deliberate patterns. Sightlines remained clear from specific observation points within the structure, allowing inhabitants to identify visitors long before they reached the entrance. Before she could determine the most appropriate approach, a voice called from somewhere above and ahead. "That's close enough for initial greeting, traveler." The voice carried clearly without shouting, its tone firm but not hostile. "State your business and intended length of stay." Eliza halted immediately, recognizing the reasonable caution of those who had something valuable to protect. She removed her hat in a gesture of peaceful intent, revealing close-cropped dark hair streaked with premature silver, the legacy of years exposed to the Commonwealth's harsh conditions. "My name is Eliza Chen," she responded with equal clarity, keeping her hands visible while addressing the unseen observer. "Independent courier and scout from the Southern Commonwealth. I'm following rumors of exceptional agricultural development, specifically fresh produce appearing in trading caravans. My interest is knowledge exchange rather than resource acquisition." A brief silence followed as her words were evaluated. Then a different voice responded, older, with the distinctive raspy quality often heard in Ghoul's speech. "Courier Chen has reputation for honest dealing in University Point and Diamond City markets," this second voice confirmed. "Records indicate 7 successful information exchanges with settled communities over the past 4 years. Eliza smiled slightly at this unexpected recognition. "I'm honored by your knowledge of my work. May I approach further for proper conversation?" The first voice responded after brief consultation, too quiet for Eliza to overhear. "Follow the shell-marked path to the eastern entrance. Weapons remain holstered, but may be retained for personal security. We understand the realities of wasteland travel." With this permission granted, Eliza continued forward along the indicated route, a carefully maintained path marked with decorative arrangements of spiral shells placed at regular intervals. The path curved gradually around the massive dome structure, revealing more details of its remarkable construction and maintenance. Scaffolding had been erected at various points where repair work appeared ongoing, carefully salvaged materials being integrated into the original framework, with meticulous attention to structural integrity. The eastern entrance presented itself as a practical airlock system, an external door leading to a small transition chamber before the main interior could be accessed. This design likely served multiple purposes, maintaining climate control within the dome while providing security screening for visitors before full admission. The outer door stood open in clear invitation, revealing a small antechamber illuminated by natural light filtering through translucent panels. As Eliza entered this transition space, she noted clever design elements that served security functions without creating hostile atmosphere. The chamber provided clear visibility into the main dome interior through transparent panels, allowing occupants to observe visitors while maintaining protective separation if needed. Benches offered comfortable waiting accommodation, while discreet sprinkler systems mounted overhead could clearly serve decontamination purposes when required. A woman approximately Eliza's age awaited within the chamber, her expression conveying professional welcome rather than personal warmth. Her clothing reflected the unique aesthetic that would soon prove characteristic of this community. Practical garments comprised of both salvaged and handcrafted elements, decorated with subtle patterns of leaves and geometric designs that echoed the dome's architecture. "Welcome to Biosphere Haven," she greeted Eliza with formal courtesy. "I'm Iris, community liaisons for external visitors. We maintain limited but genuine hospitality for respectful travelers, particularly those seeking knowledge exchange, as you indicated." Eliza responded with equal professionalism, understanding the careful protocols that successful communities necessarily developed. "I appreciate your welcome. My interest is primarily educational. If your community has developed enhanced agricultural techniques, sharing such knowledge could benefit settlements throughout the Commonwealth." Iris nodded acknowledgement while activating a control panel beside the inner door. "Our founding principle centers on knowledge preservation and distribution when appropriate. However, we maintain careful assessment protocols for visitors before sharing our more significant developments." The inner door released with a soft pneumatic hiss. "Initial tour and community introduction first, then determination of information exchange parameters." As the inner door opened fully, Eliza experienced a moment of genuine wonder, an increasingly rare sensation for someone who had witnessed many of the Commonwealth's most remarkable locations. The dome's interior revealed itself as a carefully orchestrated ecosystem of astonishing diversity and vibrant life. Concentric growing circles radiated from a central hub, each dedicated to different plant varieties, arranged by environmental requirements. Elevated walkways connected different sections, allowing efficient movement without disturbing cultivation areas. Specialized lighting systems supplemented natural illumination streaming through the dome's transparent panels, creating precisely calibrated growing conditions in each zone. Most striking was the explosion of color rarely seen in the wasteland's predominantly brown and gray palette. Plants bearing blossoms in impossible shades of violet, indigo, and crimson created visual symphony against foliage ranging from silver buhl to deep emerald. Fruits and vegetables in various stages of development displayed equally unlikely coloration: glowing orange gourds, purple striped beans, and what appeared to be tomatoes in gradient shades from golden yellow to deep crimson. "Remarkable," Eliza breathed, professional reserve momentarily overcome by genuine awe. "I've visited most major Commonwealth settlements and never seen anything approaching this level of agricultural development." Iris allowed a small smile at this reaction, professional pride briefly visible beneath her formal demeanor. "What you're seeing represents 3 generations of botanical research and careful adaptation to post-war conditions. Our founders established this facility with specific mission, preserving pre-war botanical knowledge while developing new varieties capable of thriving in altered environmental conditions." As they moved along the elevated walkway, providing overview of the entire operation, Eliza noted the inhabitants working throughout the growing areas. Approximately 20 individuals of varying ages engaged in careful tending of different sections. Unlike the uniformity often enforced in more militaristic communities like the Brotherhood of Steel or the regimented structure of vault dwellers, these people displayed individual expression while maintaining clear cooperative purpose. Most noticeable was the presence of several ghoul individuals working alongside human counterparts with no apparent distinction in status or responsibility. In many Commonwealth settlements, such integration remained rare despite decades of coexistence, with lingering prejudice often relegating ghouls to specific areas or roles. regardless of their abilities. Your community seems remarkably diverse, Eliza observed carefully, testing boundaries of appropriate conversation. Iris nodded as they descended a spiral staircase toward the central hub. Knowledge and contribution determine status here, not physical characteristics or background. Several of our most senior researchers are ghouls who helped establish our founder's original vision. Their pre-war botanical expertise and direct knowledge of species now extinct in the outside world has proven invaluable. The central hub they approached revealed itself as both community gathering space and research center. Tables crafted from salvaged materials provided workspace for examining plant specimens and recording observations in carefully maintained journals. A modest library occupied one section, actual printed books, preserved with obvious care, supplemented by handwritten volumes documenting ongoing research. At the hub's center stood a remarkable feature, a circular pond containing purified water that reflected the dome structure overhead while providing irrigation reserves for the surrounding gardens. An elderly ghoul looked up from his work as they approached, his withered features arranged in the perpetual grin characteristic of those who had survived radiation's transformative effects. Despite his physical deterioration, his movements conveyed precision and purpose as he carefully labeled a small container holding what appeared to be newly harvested seeds. "The visitor has genuine interest, Marcus." Iris addressed him with clear respect. "Courier Chen carries with scope, reputation for knowledge exchange rather than exploitation." Marcus studied Eliza with the penetrating assessment of someone who had witnessed humanity's capacity for both remarkable cooperation and devastating betrayal. His eyes, still sharp despite the radiation damage evident throughout his physical form, seemed to evaluate beyond mere appearance to deeper character. "University Point spoke well of your discretion during the water purification exchange 3 seasons ago," he noted, his voice carrying the distinctive rasp of long-term ghoul transformation. "Diamond City merchants consider your information reliably accurate, if occasionally limited by appropriate confidentiality." Eliza accepted this evaluation with professional acknowledgement. "Information brokerage requires balanced discretion. My purpose has always been facilitating beneficial exchange rather than advantage exploitation." Marcus nodded, apparently satisfied with both her response and whatever his personal assessment had concluded. "Then welcome properly to Biosphere Haven. You've arrived at a particularly fortunate time. Tomorrow marks our first bloom celebration, when winter varieties reach harvest and spring plantings begin germination cycle. Witness this, and you'll understand our work more completely than through any explanation I might offer." This unexpected invitation clearly represented significant access, not granted to casual visitors. Iris's brief expression of surprise confirmed the special nature of Marcus's offer before her professional composure returned. "We can provide overnight accommodation in the visitor quarters," she confirmed, adapting smoothly to this change in protocol. "Basic but comfortable, with opportunity to observe regular community operations before tomorrow's celebration." As sunset approached, Eliza received comprehensive tour of the facility's primary features. The growing areas demonstrated remarkable ingenuity in resource utilization. Irrigation systems captured and purified condensation from the dome's interior surface, returning it to the central reservoir for redistribution. Composting stations transformed all organic waste into rich growing medium through carefully managed decomposition processes. Specialized sections housed beneficial insects, cultivated bees, butterflies, and other pollinators, maintaining the reproductive cycles of flowering plants while remaining contained within the dome's protective environment. Most impressive were the plants themselves, varieties Eliza had never encountered, despite extensive Commonwealth exploration. Marcus explained as they examined particularly unusual specimens, his genuine passion for botanical knowledge evident beneath his measured educational tone. These represent third-generation adaptations of pre-war ornamental species. He indicated plants bearing impossible blue blossoms with luminescent centers. Original varieties couldn't process radiation effectively, but natural mutation combined with selective cultivation eventually produced these variants. They not only tolerate radiation but actually convert it to visible light energy, hence the bioluminescent properties that intensify during darkness. Another section contained what appeared to be ordinary fruits and vegetables, until closer examination revealed subtle enhancements. Tomatoes with thicker skins resistant to Commonwealth's harsh conditions. Corn developed specifically to maximize nutritional content rather than merely survive. Berries containing natural compounds that provided limited radiation protection when consumed regularly. Each development represents careful balance, Marcus explained as they observed a young apprentice harvesting mature crops for evening meal preparation. We enhance beneficial properties while avoiding aggressive mutation that might create invasive threat to external ecosystems. Our purpose is restoration rather than dominance, helping nature adapt rather than forcing our preferred outcomes. This philosophy clearly extended beyond botanical development to community structure itself. As evening approached, Eliza observed the transformation from days' focused work to communal gathering. Tables in the central hub were rearranged to accommodate shared dining, with individuals contributing prepared food from the day's harvest. Conversation flowed naturally across age and physical difference, with ghouls and humans, seniors and children participating equally in discussion that ranged from practical cultivation matters to philosophical consideration of their work's broader implications. Eliza found herself welcomed into this gathering with genuine hospitality rather than mere politeness. Her experiences traveling throughout the Commonwealth provided stories of interest to those whose lives remained primarily within the dome's protective enclosure. In exchange, community members shared their specialized knowledge without apparent concern for information security, a refreshing contrast to the guarded interactions that characterized many wasteland encounters. As nightfall transformed the dome into an even more magical environment, bioluminescent plants creating patterns of soft blue and green illumination throughout the growing areas, the community's attention gradually shifted toward preparation for the next day's celebration. Younger members hung decorative garlands crafted from preserved flowers and specially grown vines. Others arranged ceremonial implements on a table near the central pond, small trowels polished to mirror brightness, woven baskets lined with soft moss, ceramic containers painted with symbolic patterns. Burzbloom holds both practical and spiritual significance for us, Marcus explained as they observed these preparations from a comfortable seating area near the library section. The elderly ghoul's features, normally focused on research precision, had softened with evident anticipation of the coming ritual. It marks transition between growing cycles, acknowledges our dependence on natural systems we study but cannot fully control, and renews our commitment to knowledge preservation for future generations. Eliza listened with respectful interest, recognizing the importance of such ceremonies in maintaining community cohesion, particularly in the wasteland's challenging context. Many successful settlements had developed similar traditions: Diamond City's annual homestead holiday, Bunker Hill's caravan moon gathering, each providing cultural anchoring that transformed mere survival into meaningful existence. "I'm honored to witness it," she responded sincerely. Few Commonwealth communities have maintained such comprehensive connection to pre-war botanical knowledge. Your work here represents remarkable achievement. Marcus acknowledged this assessment with modest appreciation before addressing what clearly represented more immediate concern. However, celebration may face significant challenge. Our environmental monitoring indicates approaching weather system carrying radiation concentration. Not severe storm, but sufficient to require dome closure. With current structural vulnerabilities in southeastern quadrant, such closure remains problematic. This revelation explained subtle tension Eliza had noticed beneath the celebration preparations. Community members occasionally glancing towards specific section of the dome where repair scaffolding indicated ongoing maintenance. What had seemed routine upkeep now revealed itself as more urgent structural challenge with immediate practical implications. The damaged section requires reinforcement before we can implement complete seal, Marcus continued, his scientific precision returning as he outlined a technical problem. Material preparation is complete, but installation requires external access during favorable weather conditions. Tomorrow morning represents our final opportunity before the radiation front arrives. Eliza considered this information with the practical assessment of someone accustomed to troubleshooting challenges in resource-limited conditions. Is specialized knowledge required for installation, or primarily physical access to external mounting points? XS represents primary challenge, Marcus confirmed. Repair team has necessary technical expertise, but external framework requires simultaneous adjustment from multiple positions while sealing material is properly tensioned. Available personnel with climbing experience remains limited since Jard's injury last month. This explanation clarified both the technical issue and the community's concern. Biosphere Haven clearly possessed necessary knowledge and materials, but faced simple logistical challenge. Insufficient personnel for specific tasks requiring coordinated effort in potentially hazardous external positions. I have extensive climbing experience, Eliza offered without hesitation. Navigated cliff faces throughout the Commonwealth and maintained communication arrays on settlement towers. If your team provides technical direction, I can assist with physical installation. Marcus studied her with thoughtful consideration, clearly weighing genuine need against appropriate caution regarding outside involvement in critical infrastructure. After brief reflection, he nodded decisively. Your assistance would be genuinely valuable. Repair coordinator will provide detailed briefing at first light, with installation team assembled immediately thereafter. If successful, dome sealing can be completed before radiation levels require full protection protocols. With this matter resolved, conversation shifted to more general topics as evening progressed. The dome's interior gradually quieted as community members retired to private quarters arranged around the perimeter, leaving only minimal lighting active for overnight monitoring of critical systems. Eliza was shown to simple but comfortable visitor accommodations, a small room furnished with salvaged pre-war items supplemented by handcrafted pieces reflecting the community's distinct aesthetic. Morning arrived with gentle transition as the dome's eastern exposure captured first sunlight, creating natural illumination that gradually intensified throughout the interior. Eliza joined the repair team for early breakfast and detailed briefing, where technical requirements were explained with scientific precision. The damage section required application of specialized transparent material developed within the community, a flexible polymer that could withstand radiation exposure while maintaining necessary light transmission for plant photosynthesis. The team assembled necessary equipment with practiced efficiency. Climbing harnesses crafted from salvaged materials but tested to ensure safety. Communication devices allowing coordination between positions. Specialized tools for securing the polymer sheeting to the dome's framework. The operation had clearly been planned with careful attention to both technical requirements and personnel safety. As they prepared to access the external scaffolding, Iris approached with what appeared to be a sealed container of unusual design. She presented this to the team leader, a middle-aged woman with the weathered features of someone who spent significant time on external maintenance rather than internal cultivation. Weather monitoring confirms approaching radiation front approximately 4 hours from current position, Iris reported with professional clarity. Sufficient time for installation, if proceeded without complications, but minimal margin for unexpected challenges. The team leader, introduced as Sophia, acknowledged this information with calm determination rather than anxiety. We'll establish external positions simultaneously to minimize installation time. Chen's climbing assistance should compensate for our reduced personnel capacity. Accessing the external surface required passage through specialized transition chambers, similar to the main entrance but positioned for maintenance access. As Eliza emerged onto the dome's outer framework, the morning sunlight provided spectacular vantage of the surrounding landscape. Forest stretching in most directions, with distant buildings of a former urban area barely visible on the horizon. The scaffolding provided secure but narrow working platforms around the damaged section, where approximately 20 triangle-shaped panels required replacement or reinforcement. The repair team positioned themselves with coordinated precision, each taking responsibility for specific segments while maintaining constant communication. Eliza found herself assigned to the highest position, her climbing experience making her ideal for accessing the most challenging mounting points, where the dome's curvature created awkward working angles. Administrating primary tensioning sequence, Sophia announced once all personnel confirmed ready positions. Chen, maintain pressure on the northern anchor point while we secure baseline attachment. The work proceeded with methodical focus, each team member performing their assigned function while remaining aware of overall progress. The replacement material, remarkably light yet clearly durable, required careful alignment between existing framework segments, with precise tensioning to ensure proper seal against radiation penetration. Eliza followed technical direction with exact implementation, her natural mechanical aptitude allowing quick adaptation to the specialized requirements. After approximately 2 hours of concentrated effort, the installation neared completion. The fresh polymer panels gleamed in morning sunlight, their slightly iridescent quality creating rainbow patterns across the dome's surface. Only final sealing remained, application of specialized compound along connection points to ensure complete radiation barrier. Atmospheric monitors indicate accelerated approach of radiation front, came Iris's voice through the communication system. Current projection suggests arrival in approximately 45 minutes rather than original estimate. Sophia acknowledged this update with professional adjustment rather than alarm. Understood. Final sealing procedure initiated. All personnel maintain positions for leak testing once compound application completes. The team continued their work with increased efficiency but maintained necessary precision. Rushing the critical sealing process would compromise the entire repair effort. Eliza applied compound along her assigned sections with careful attention to coverage, ensuring no gaps remained that might allow radiation penetration. As the final connections were completed, Sophia initiated pressure testing to verify seal integrity. Specialized instruments measured air exchange between interior and exterior, confirming successful repair with scientific verification rather than mere visual inspection. With confirmation achieved, the team began orderly withdrawal from the external scaffolding, securing equipment with practiced movements that wasted no motion. Re-entering the dome's protected environment, Eliza experienced renewed appreciation for the remarkable achievement this structure represented. While outside, the ordinary Commonwealth spring day had shown no visible indication of the approaching radiation. Yet within an hour, those same pleasant conditions would become hazardous without proper protection. The biosphere's transparent barriers, particularly the newly installed sections, would provide both essential safety and continued light necessary for plant growth, maintaining their carefully cultivated ecosystem regardless of external conditions. By mid-morning, the entire community had gathered in the central hub as external monitors confirmed the radiation front's arrival. The dome's sophisticated ventilation system had been reconfigured to internal circulation mode, preserving their protected atmosphere, while radiation levels outside exceeded safe thresholds. Rather than focusing on potential danger, however, the community's attention remained centered on their planned celebration, the repair's successful completion having removed any impediment to proper observance. The first bloom ceremony may now proceed as tradition requires, Marcus announced, his weathered features arranged in what appeared to be genuine smile rather than the ghoul's perpetual rictus. Today we honor transition between seasons, acknowledge nature's continuing renewal despite ongoing challenges, and welcome new growth that sustains our community. What followed demonstrated the unique culture that had developed within Biosphere Haven over generations, a ceremony blending scientific understanding with spiritual appreciation for natural processes. Community members of all ages participated in ritualized planting of specially selected seeds, each accompanied by expressed hopes for the coming growth cycle. Harvested specimens from winter cultivation were presented with acknowledgement of their contribution to community sustenance, seeds carefully preserved for future cycles. Most impressive was the blessing of the blooms. Mature plants throughout the dome suddenly opening their flowers in synchronized display, apparently triggered by specific light wavelengths activated during the ceremony. The effect transformed the already beautiful environment into truly spectacular visual symphony, waves of color rippling through different growing sections in carefully orchestrated sequence. Controlled photoperiod stimulation, Marcus explained quietly as Eliza watched with undisguised wonder. Plants' natural response to specific light spectrums, but timing coordination represents significant achievement, requiring detailed understanding of each species' photoreceptive properties. This technical explanation, offered while surrounded by beauty that transcended mere scientific understanding, perfectly encapsulated Biosphere Haven's unique philosophy, honoring natural processes through detailed knowledge rather than superstition or exploitation. Their cultivation combined practical sustenance production with preservation of beauty that might otherwise have disappeared entirely from the post-war world. As the ceremony concluded and community members dispersed to various responsibilities, Marcus approached Eliza with formal purpose. He carried what appeared to be small, cloth-wrapped package secured with dried vine. The council has authorized knowledge exchange. As appreciation for your assistance with critical repair, he explained, presenting the package with dignified gesture. These contain selected seeds developed specifically for external cultivation in Commonwealth conditions, varieties providing enhanced nutrition while requiring minimal specialized maintenance. Basic cultivation instructions included, with authorization to share both materials and knowledge with settlements demonstrating responsible agricultural practices. Eliza accepted this gift with appropriate recognition of its significant value. Beyond mere physical resources, it represented trust extended from a community that had clearly maintained careful protection of their specialized knowledge. The seeds themselves might substantially improve food security for settlements struggling with the Commonwealth's challenging growing conditions. "I'm honored by your trust," she responded with genuine appreciation. "This knowledge will benefit many communities currently facing nutritional challenges. I'll ensure responsible distribution according to your parameters." As afternoon progressed toward evening, the approaching radiation front became visible through the dome's transparent sections, a subtle greenish tint to otherwise normal clouds, moving steadily across the landscape with wind currents. Within the protected environment, community activities continued without disruption. Maintenance of growing areas, preparation of evening meals, educational sessions for younger members, research documentation by senior botanists. Eliza found herself engaged in fascinating conversation with several community specialists, each sharing their particular expertise with refreshing openness now that knowledge exchange had been formally authorized. A young apprentice named Lily, perhaps 16 years old, with the enthusiastic energy of someone discovering their life's purpose, proved particularly eager to explain propagation techniques for radiation-resistant fruit varieties. These strawberry variants can process low-level radiation without concentrating harmful isotopes in their fruit, she explained, indicating plants bearing unusually large berries with distinctive speckled pattern. Makes them ideal for Commonwealth settlements, where soil remediation remains impractical. They actually convert certain radioactive elements into compounds that strengthen their immune response to fungal infection. Such innovations represented precisely the practical knowledge that could substantially improve life throughout struggling Commonwealth communities. Eliza made careful mental notes while examining Lily's detailed cultivation journals, recognizing that such information transfer represented the most valuable aspect of her expedition, regardless of any physical specimens exchanged. As evening approached, the community gathered once more for shared meal and conversation. Unlike many wasteland settlements where resources necessitated utilitarian approach to nutrition, Biosphere Haven celebrated food as both sustenance and cultural expression. Dishes prepared from fresh harvest demonstrated remarkable variety and sophistication, flavors Eliza had never experienced despite extensive Commonwealth travels, presentation elevating simple ingredients to genuine artistry. "Tomorrow, you return to external journeys," Marcus noted as they enjoyed this remarkable meal. "Radiation levels should normalize by morning based on current monitoring. We've prepared additional supplies for your travels, preserved specimens that demonstrate cultivation results without revealing proprietary development methods." Eliza acknowledged this generous provision with appropriate appreciation. "The knowledge shared here will benefit many. Few communities have maintained such comprehensive understanding of botanical adaptation possibilities." Marcus's expression reflected both pride in their achievements and awareness of broader responsibility. "Knowledge preserved serves no purpose unless appropriately shared. Our founders established this principle from the beginning. Isolation protects our work, but controlled distribution fulfills its purpose. You represent ideal vector for such controlled sharing, experienced enough to understand appropriate recipients, connected enough to reach diverse communities, discreet enough to respect our necessary privacy." This assessment captured exactly the professional identity Eliza had carefully cultivated throughout her courier career. Balancing information transfer with appropriate discretion, facilitating connections between isolated knowledge centers without compromising their individual security requirements. In the fragmented Commonwealth landscape, such intermediaries provided essential function that formal organizations like the Minutemen or Brotherhood of Steel could not effectively fulfill. As night settled over the biosphere, the dome's interior transformed into magical landscape, illuminated by bioluminescent plants cultivated specifically for evening light provision. Blue-green radiance emanated from specialized sections, supplemented by amber glow from fungi cultivated along pathway edges. The effect created practical illumination while transforming the environment into something otherworldly. Beauty serving function in perfect integration. Eliza spent her final evening documenting observations in her personal journal, recording both technical details for appropriate dissemination and personal impressions of this remarkable community. While many Commonwealth settlements focused exclusively on survival necessities, Biosphere Haven had preserved something more profound. Recognition that human existence required beauty and wonder alongside physical sustenance. That knowledge served higher purpose than mere practical application. Morning arrived with encouraging news. External monitors confirmed radiation levels had diminished to standard background readings, allowing normal dome operations to resume. Preparation for Eliza's departure proceeded with practical efficiency, her pack thoughtfully supplied with both the promised seed specimens and preserved food, sufficient for several days' travel. Community members offered farewell with genuine warmth rather than mere courtesy, several extracting promises for future knowledge exchange when circumstances permitted. As Eliza passed through the airlock chamber, preparing to re-enter the Commonwealth wilderness, Marcus appeared with final parting message. The elderly ghoul's manner suggested important communication beyond routine farewell. Our founders established this sanctuary with specific mandate. Preserve knowledge that might otherwise be lost while developing new understanding appropriate to changed world. Your function as courier serves similar purpose between separated communities. He presented a final small package wrapped in protective material. This contains communication protocols should you encounter information or specimens of particular botanical significance during your travels, not obligation, merely opportunity for continued mutual benefit. Eliza accepted this offer with genuine appreciation, recognizing the significant trust it represented from a community that clearly maintained careful information security. I'm honored by your confidence. Knowledge preservation represents responsibility we share, despite different implementation. With final farewells exchanged, she emerged from the biosphere's protected environment into Commonwealth's spring morning. The landscape spread before her with renewed possibility, not merely territory to traverse, but potential network of knowledge exchange waiting for proper connections. The seeds and information she carried represented more than physical resources. They embodied hope for improved conditions throughout struggling settlements, practical implementation of Biosphere Haven's carefully preserved knowledge. As she adjusted her pack and oriented herself toward the western settlements where such knowledge would find most immediate application, Eliza reflected on the remarkable community temporarily left behind. Their achievement transcended mere survival to create genuine sanctuary, where knowledge and beauty received equal priority alongside practical necessities. A balance too often sacrificed in the harsh reality of wasteland existence. The dome gleamed in morning sunlight as she glanced back one final time, its geometric precision standing in harmonious contrast to surrounding woodland rather than imposed domination. Within that transparent barrier, generations had preserved precious understanding that might otherwise have disappeared entirely. Cultivating both plants and knowledge with equal care. Their willingness to share portions of that knowledge represented hope for broader Commonwealth renewal. Small seeds of progress carried outward through travelers like herself, planted where conditions might allow proper flourishing. With this encouraging thought, Eliza turned westward and resumed her journey through the Commonwealth Spring, carrying both physical specimens and invaluable knowledge toward communities that would benefit from Biosphere Haven's careful cultivation. Behind her, the dome continued its quiet work, preserving, developing, maintaining fragile beauty amid wasteland harshness, its transparent boundaries protecting remarkable achievement while allowing limited but crucial exchange with the world beyond. While the garden community continued tending their miraculous blooms under the protection of their repaired dome, elsewhere in the Commonwealth others sought different forms of relief from the wasteland's harsh conditions. In a remote settlement built around a pristine pre-war swimming pool, residents carefully maintained ancient purification systems that transformed irradiated water into crystal-clear sanctuary. As summer's first truly scorching day approached, a resourceful mechanic studied the failing filtration pumps with growing concern. As our botanical courier continues spreading seeds of hope throughout the wasteland, our next tale beckons from the shimmering oasis where desperate travelers find cooling respite from the merciless summer heat. Join us for summer's respite. Commonwealth summer arrived with unrelenting intensity, the sun hanging in a hazy blue sky like a merciless eye gazing down upon the wasteland. Heat rose in shimmering waves from cracked asphalt and sun-baked earth, creating mirages that danced on the horizon before vanishing as one approached. Dust devils swirled across barren stretches, gathering debris before dissipating as suddenly as they had formed. The very air seemed to press down with physical weight, each breath drawing warmth into lungs accustomed to cooler existence. Through this sweltering landscape, a solitary figure moved with the measured pace of experienced wasteland travel. Gabriel Reyes had once served with a Minutemen patrol before striking out as an independent mechanic, trading his technical skills among the scattered settlements too small to maintain their own specialists. His weathered pack contained a carefully curated collection of tools and spare parts. Precious resources in a world where functional technology often meant the difference between survival and disaster. Sweat trickled down his face, despite the wide-brimmed hat shielding him from direct sunlight, his canteen hanging lighter against his hip with each passing hour. 3 days of travel through particularly barren territory had depleted his water reserves more quickly than anticipated, forcing careful rationing that left his throat persistently dry and his lips beginning to crack. The Pip-Boy on his wrist displayed concerning dehydration readings, its medical monitoring software suggesting rest and increased fluid intake. Advice impossible to follow in current circumstances. 2 more hours until sundown, he murmured to himself, voice rasping slightly from insufficient moisture. Need to find shelter before dark. His original destination, a small farming settlement requesting assistance with irrigation pump repairs, still lay at least a day's journey ahead. The settlement had described their location as near reliable water access, a promising indication for his current needs, but reaching it required surviving the intervening distance. The afternoon heat showed no sign of diminishing, the rocky terrain offering minimal shade and no evidence of natural water sources. As Gabriel crested a gentle rise, his eyes caught unexpected movement ahead. A dust cloud, suggesting travelers moving perpendicular to his path. Adjusting his course slightly, he approached with the cautious curiosity of someone weighing potential opportunity against necessary wariness. After several minutes, the source revealed itself as a modest caravan, 2 pack brahmin, laden with cargo containers, accompanied by 4 travelers whose practical clothing and alert postures identified them as experienced traders. A woman leading the Brahmin noticed his approach, gesturing to alert her companions while maintaining non-threatening demeanor. Gabriel recognized the balanced caution of legitimate wasteland commerce, prepared for potential danger without projecting aggressive intention that might trigger unnecessary conflict. "An afternoon, traveler," she called when he reached comfortable conversation distance. "You're looking heat-struck, heading somewhere particular or just roaming?" Gabriel stopped at respectful distance, keeping his hands visible, in the universal wasteland gesture indicating peaceful intent. "Mechanical specialist on contract to Summerfield Settlement. Running lower on water than planned. You folks know of any reliable sources in this region?" The woman exchanged glances with her companions, a silent communication suggesting shared knowledge being evaluated for potential sharing. "You're in luck, friend. We're actually coming from the Blue Oasis. Trading settlement about 3 hours northwest of here. Got the cleanest water you'll find this side of Diamond City, and they welcome peaceful travelers." This information immediately captured Gabriel's full attention. The Blue Oasis? Haven't heard of that settlement before. A younger man securing one of the Brahmin's cargo straps chuckled. New on the caravan routes, established proper trading only this past year, though they've been there longer. Follow the blue signs once you hit the old highway junction. Can't miss 'em. Hand-painted with some kind of pre-war reflective paint. Glow blue even at night. "Worth the detour," added an older trader, adjusting a wide-brimmed hat similar to Gabriel's own. "Especially in this heat. Nothing like it in the whole Commonwealth, I promise you that." Curiosity piqued by this enthusiastic endorsement, Gabriel inquired further. "Sounds promising. They amenable to mechanical services, might have materials or skills they need. Their water purification system keeps them comfortable, but technology always needs maintenance," the woman confirmed, "especially ancient systems like theirs. Mention Caravan Hayes sent you. We've established good trading relations with them over the past few months." With this helpful guidance and the promise of water access, Gabriel thanked the traders before continuing his journey with renewed purpose. The suggested detour would delay his original contract by perhaps a day, but addressing his water shortage took priority over scheduling, practicality that had preserved him through years of Commonwealth travel. Following the trader's directions, he reached the described highway junction as afternoon transitioned toward evening. True to their description, hand-painted blue signs marked the route with distinctive clarity against the dull browns and greys of the wasteland. Each featured the same simple design, a stylized water droplet above the words Blue Oasis, and an arrow indicating direction. The paint indeed contained some reflective material that seemed to capture available light, making the signs visible despite the fading daylight. The indicated path led him along a winding route through increasingly elevated terrain. As the sun began its final descent toward the horizon, he crested a rise and stopped in genuine surprise at the view revealed before him. In a natural depression surrounded by protective rocky outcroppings sat an unexpected sight, a pre-war hotel complex, partially reclaimed and repurposed into a functioning settlement. Solar panels glinted on remaining roof sections, while defensive walls constructed from salvaged materials protected vulnerable approaches. Most striking, however, was the feature that had clearly given the settlement its name. An Olympic-sized swimming pool, filled with water so clean it appeared almost surreal in the wasteland context. The pool's pristine blue contrasted dramatically with the surrounding landscape's dusty palette, reflecting the darkening sky like a perfect mirror. Even from this distance, Gabriel could see figures moving around its perimeter, and what appeared to be carefully organized structures extending from the original pool deck. He approached with appropriate caution, noting the thoughtfully designed defensive measures, guard posts positioned at strategic intervals, clear sight lines from elevated positions, deliberate channeling of approach routes to ensure visibility of all visitors. These security measures, implemented with practiced effectiveness rather than excessive militarization, suggested a settlement balancing necessary protection with genuine hospitality. A promising indication for weary travelers, as Gabriel reached what appeared to be the main entrance, an area where the defensive wall opened into a controlled checkpoint. A guard acknowledged his approach with alert but non-threatening attention. The woman carried herself with the measured confidence of someone prepared for trouble, but not expecting it. Her weathered leather armor bearing a blue droplet emblem matching the directional signs. "Evening, traveler," she greeted him, her voice carrying the slight rasp common to those who had spent significant time in the Commonwealth's dust-filled air. "Welcome to Blue Oasis. First visit?" Gabriel nodded, removing his hat briefly in a gesture of respectful greeting. "Mechanical specialist heading towards Summerfield contract. Caravan haze suggested I might find water and possibly trading opportunity here." At the mention of the caravan, the guard's posture relaxed slightly. "Hayes Group trades fair. Any friend of theirs is welcome, especially one with mechanical skills." She gestured toward a small desk constructed from salvaged materials, where a ledger lay open beside a container holding bottle caps. The wasteland's universal currency. Entry fee is 15 caps, or equivalent trade goods. Covers 2 days access, including regulated water usage. Additional services available for separate negotiation once inside. The requirement of an entry fee initially surprised Gabriel, but the guard anticipated his question before he could voice it. "Water is our most precious resource. Fee ensures everyone values what they receive while contributing to maintenance costs. Anyone genuinely unable to pay can arrange work exchange, but free access creates problems we've learned to avoid." This explanation carried reasonable logic rather than exploitative gouging. Gabrielle counted out the requested caps without complaint, understanding the necessity of resource management in the wasteland's harsh economy. The guard recorded his entry in the ledger with surprising literacy, before providing additional information that revealed the settlement's careful organization. Pool access includes drinking water and 1 washing period per day. Trading stalls remain open until sunset. Overnight accommodations available at the main building for additional cost. Our water warden will provide full orientation once you're inside. She stepped aside, gesturing him through the entry point with professional courtesy. "Enjoy your stay at Blue Oasis." Passing through the entrance revealed the settlement's true character. A remarkably well-organized community developed around the central feature of the pristine swimming pool. What had once been the hotel's pool deck now served as a community gathering space, with repurposed lounges and salvaged furniture arranged to create comfortable seating areas. Trading stalls constructed from colorful materials lined one side, offering everything from preserved food to handcrafted goods. The area bustled with activity despite the approaching evening, residents and visitors alike moving with purpose, but notably lacking the desperate tension common to many wasteland settlements. Most striking was the pool itself, approximately 25 meters in length, with water so clear Gabriel could see the lane markings still visible on the bottom. Unlike the murky, irradiated water sources that dominated the Commonwealth, this represented something from another world entirely, clean enough to reflect the darkening sky overhead like a perfect mirror. Several people swam with evident enjoyment, while others sat along the edge with feet dangling in the cool water. "First time seeing it?" The question came from a woman who had approached without Gabriel noticing, his attention completely captured by the remarkable sight. She stood perhaps 50 years of age, with the weathered features of someone who had spent significant time under the Commonwealth sun, though her expression carried calm authority rather than hardship's usual bitterness. A blue sash across her practical leather outfit matched the water droplet emblem he had noted earlier. Nothing like it in the entire Commonwealth, Gabriel acknowledged, unable to hide genuine amazement. How do you maintain water that clean without constant radiation contamination? The woman smiled slightly, professional pride briefly visible beneath practiced composure. Pre-war purification system with modifications we've developed over the years. I'm Sarah Winters, water warden for Blue Oasis, responsible for maintaining both the physical systems and the usage protocols that keep our resource sustainable. Gabriel introduced himself with the traditional wasteland brevity that focused on function rather than background. Gabriel Reyes, mechanical specialist, currently contracted to Summerfield for irrigation repairs, but available for additional work if needed. This information visibly piqued Sarah's interest, though she maintained professional neutrality. Mechanical skills always valuable here. Our purification system requires constant maintenance, especially with increased usage as our reputation spreads. She gestured toward the pool area. Let me provide orientation before you consider work opportunities. Understanding our operations will clarify potential needs. As they walked along the pool's perimeter, Sarah explained the settlement's development with the measured pride of someone who had participated in building something genuinely unique. The Blue Oasis had begun 5 years earlier, when a small group discovered the hotel's remarkably intact water purification system, originally designed to maintain the luxury pool for pre-war guests. The facility's location, nestled within a natural depression surrounded by higher ground, had protected it from direct blast damage during the war, while its specialized filtration technology had been housed in reinforced underground chambers designed to withstand natural disasters. Initial restoration took nearly a year, she explained as they passed a section where transparent pipes revealed water flowing through a sophisticated filtration system. The original engineers built redundancy into every component, parallel systems allowing maintenance without shutting down operations. We've gradually improved efficiency while expanding capacity to serve growing population needs. Gabriel listened with genuine professional interest, recognizing both the technical achievement and strategic value represented by such a significant clean water source. In the Commonwealth's resource economy, access to non-irradiated water represented power beyond mere caps or weaponry, the fundamental necessity upon which all other aspects of survival depended. The settlement had clearly developed with this understanding as its foundation. While physically centered around the pool, their social organization similarly revolved around water management. Usage protocols, maintenance responsibilities, and decision-making all structured to ensure sustainable operation rather than short-term exploitation. Everyone contributes to system maintenance in some form, Sarah continued as they observed residents engaged in various tasks around the pool area. Some through direct technical work, others through food production, security provision, or trade management that brings necessary materials from outside. Water access remains equal, regardless of contribution type, our fundamental principle since establishment. This egalitarian approach represented unusual wisdom in wasteland governance, where resource control typically created rigid hierarchies rather than cooperative structures. Gabrielle noted the generally healthy appearance of residents, the subtle but unmistakable indicators of proper hydration and regular bathing that distinguished them from typical wasteland dwellers. Even those engaged in physical labor maintained cleanliness, rarely seen outside Diamond City's upper stands or vault communities. Their tour reached a section where the pool connected to what appeared to be a medical treatment area. Several beds, sheltered under a carefully constructed awning, stood near specialized equipment Gabriel recognized as modified radiation scrubbers, normally used for decontaminating technical components, but here apparently repurposed for medical applications. A woman in surprisingly clean clothing tended to a patient receiving some form of water-based treatment, her movements suggesting professional medical training rather than wasteland field experience. She noticed their approach, acknowledging Sarah with familiar recognition before turning curious attention toward Gabriel. Dr. Elaine Chambers, our resident physician, Sarah introduced, established our treatment protocols that utilize purified water for both conventional medical applications and radiation exposure management. The doctor offered brief but genuine welcome before returning to her patient, a young man with the distinctive radiation burns suggesting recent exposure to one of the Commonwealth's more hazardous regions. Gabriel observed with interest as she applied what appeared to be purified water containing additional compounds directly to affected areas, the patient's expression suggesting immediate relief from what typically represented persistent, painful affliction. Clean water's medical applications extend far beyond basic hydration, Sarah explained as they continued their circuit of the pool area. Radiation removal, wound cleansing, therapeutic soaking for muscular injuries, benefits largely unavailable elsewhere in the Commonwealth. Traveling doctors often bring their most challenging cases here, specifically for water-based treatments. As evening approached more fully, the settlement's lighting system activated. Strings of bulbs powered by the solar panels Gabriel had observed earlier, creating a surprisingly festive atmosphere around the pool area. Residents gathered for what appeared to be communal dining, conversation flowing with relaxed camaraderie rarely witnessed in settlements where survival pressure typically dominated social interaction. Evening meal shared by all residents and current visitors, Sarah explained. Another community-building practice we found valuable. You're welcome to join after completing orientation. Their tour concluded at what appeared to be the primary mechanical room housing the pool's purification system, a remarkably well-maintained facility containing both original pre-war equipment and carefully integrated modifications. Gabriel's professional assessment immediately recognized both the system's impressive functionality and several indicators of potential maintenance concerns. Subtle vibrations suggesting bearing wear in one pump, electrical connections showing early corrosion signs, monitoring gauges displaying readings slightly outside optimal ranges. Sarah observed his technical evaluation with evident approval. You see it already, don't you? The signs most visitors would miss entirely. Gabriel nodded, professional attention fully engaged now. Primary circulation pump showing bearing wear. Electrical panel C needs connection, cleaning and resealing. Pressure differential across the main filter suggests partial obstruction, requiring back flushing. Nothing critical yet, but maintenance indicators nonetheless. Exactly the assessment our own technician provided yesterday, Sarah confirmed. Unfortunately, Damon suffered hand injury during unrelated repair work that prevents him from performing the necessary maintenance for at least 2 weeks. Given increased usage during summer months, waiting that long risks system degradation beyond acceptable parameters. The implied opportunity hung between them without need for explicit statement. Gabriel considered his existing contract obligations against this new potential work. The Summerfield irrigation repairs represented routine maintenance that could reasonably wait several additional days, while the pool system's maintenance addressed functioning technology of significantly greater complexity and community value. I could examine the systems more thoroughly tomorrow, he offered, provide assessment of required work, necessary parts, and estimated completion timeline. My Summerfield contract allows reasonable flexibility for urgent technical priorities. Sarah's expression showed measured relief beneath her professional demeanor. We would compensate fairly for both assessment and any subsequent work. Damon could provide system schematics and maintenance history to expedite your evaluation. With this preliminary arrangement established, Sarah directed Gabriel to the visitor accommodation area. Repurposed hotel rooms maintained with surprising comfort given wasteland standards. The modest room contained actual clean bedding, functional lighting, and most remarkably, a small private washing station with limited but precious clean water access. Luxury beyond anything typically available outside Diamond City's wealthiest sections. After settling his equipment, Gabriel joined the community meal already underway in the central gathering area. The food represented typical wasteland fare, primarily preserved meat supplemented with whatever limited fresh produce local cultivation could provide, but presented with care suggesting genuine hospitality rather than mere sustenance provision. Residents welcomed him without excessive curiosity but genuine inclusion, conversation flowing naturally around daily activities, regional news, and the occasional good-natured debate about settlement operations. Most striking was the atmosphere pervading the gathering, a sense of genuine community beyond mere collective survival. These people had built something that transcended the desperate subsistence characterizing most wasteland settlements, creating sustainable existence with room for actual quality of life rather than endless struggle. The clean water at the center of their community represented not just physical hydration, but metaphorical cleansing of apocalypse's persistent shadow. After the meal concluded and residents dispersed to evening activities or personal quarters, Gabriel spent time on careful observation of the pool's operational systems. Even without accessing the mechanical room, he could identify additional maintenance indicators from the pool deck. Subtle water flow patterns suggesting imperfect filtration, slight discoloration near specific inlets indicating mineral accumulation, the almost imperceptible but professionally recognizable sounds of machinery operating just outside optimal parameters. The technical challenge intrigued him beyond mere contractual opportunity. The blue Oasis represented remarkable preservation of pre-war technology, adapted for post-apocalypse conditions. Exactly the kind of engineering ingenuity that had drawn him to mechanical specialization in the first place. Contributing to such a unique resource's continued operation offered professional satisfaction beyond typical repair work. As night settled more fully across the Commonwealth, the pool area transformed into a genuinely magical environment. Underwater lighting, apparently part of the original luxury hotel design, illuminated the water from within, creating ethereal blue glow that reflected against surrounding structures. With main activity areas quieting as residents retired to personal quarters, the pool's gentle surface movements created hypnotic patterns of light and shadow across the settlement. Gabriel remained by the water's edge, savoring the remarkable combination of technical appreciation and simple sensory pleasure provided by this unexpected wasteland oasis. The persistent thirst that had driven him here had been fully satisfied. Clean water access, providing physical relief beyond anything available from the carefully rationed, slightly radioactive sources that characterized typical Commonwealth hydration. Morning arrived with gentle transition, sunlight gradually illuminating the settlement as residents began their daily routines with the quiet efficiency of established community. Gabrielle awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. The combination of proper hydration, comfortable sleeping conditions, and genuine cleanliness, providing restoration beyond mere physical rest. After collecting his technical tools, he met Sarah and Damon, the settlement's injured technician, at the mechanical room for formal system evaluation. Damon proved impressively knowledgeable despite his relatively young age, perhaps 25 years compared to Gabriel's 40 plus. His right hand remained heavily bandaged from recent injury, but he used his left with surprising dexterity to indicate critical system components while explaining the maintenance history and current concerns with professional precision. Main circulation pump required bearing replacement approximately 6 months ago, he explained, indicating the unit Gabriel had identified during initial assessment. Current vibration pattern suggests premature wear, possibly due to mineral content changes in local groundwater following last season's heavy radiation storm. The younger technician provided comprehensive system documentation, actual technical manuals preserved from before the war, supplemented with handwritten notes documenting modifications and maintenance performed over years of operation. This level of technical record-keeping represented rare dedication in the wasteland, where knowledge typically transferred through direct apprenticeship rather than written documentation. After thorough inspection of all system components, Gabriel confirmed his initial assessment while identifying additional maintenance requirements. The primary circulation pump indeed needed bearing replacement before catastrophic failure occurred. Electrical connections throughout the system required cleaning and resealing to prevent corrosion-induced shorts. Most concerning, the main underwater intake showed signs of potential obstruction requiring inspection and possible cleaning, a work that could only be performed by entering the pool itself and accessing components normally submerged beneath several feet of water. Intake maintenance presents greatest challenge, he explained to Sarah after completing his evaluation. Requires temporary system shutdown, partial pool drainage, and underwater access to components located near the deepest section. Without proper inspection, cannot determine whether simple cleaning will suffice or if component replacement might be necessary. Sarah considered this assessment with the careful attention of someone weighing multiple competing priorities. System shutdown impacts entire settlement operation. Drinking water access, medical treatment capabilities, basic sanitation. How long would inspection and potential maintenance require? Minimum 4 hours from shutdown to operational restart, assuming inspection reveals no significant component damage requiring replacement. Potential extension to full day if complications develop. Gabriel provided this timeline with professional honesty rather than minimizing potential disruption. Remaining maintenance could be performed with system operating at reduced capacity, scheduled during lower usage periods. The water warden nodded thoughtful acknowledgement. We typically schedule maintenance during early morning hours when usage naturally decreases. Previous underwater intake inspections have required complete breathing apparatus due to depth and access challenges. Damon has necessary training. Unfortunately, his injury prevents required manipulation in confined space. Gabriel had anticipated this concern based on his inspection of the intake location. I have significant underwater salvage experience from my time with Minutemen Technical Division. Comfortable with extended breath holding in confined space work, with proper preparation and assistance from topside, should manage inspection and basic maintenance without specialized breathing equipment. This capability represented practical reality rather than bravado. Gabriel had indeed developed such skills during years recovering pre-war technology from flooded facilities, gradually increasing his breath-holding capacity through disciplined practice. The intake's location, while challenging, remained within his proven capabilities, given proper preparation and clear objectives. With maintenance requirements and approach established, Sarah convened brief leadership council to schedule the necessary work with minimal community disruption. The deliberations demonstrated impressive organizational maturity. Representatives from medical services, residential needs, and trade operations, all contributing perspective regarding optimal timing while maintaining focus on system preservation rather than personal convenience. Decision reached consensus quickly. Maintenance would begin following evening meal when daily essential water usage had concluded, allowing maximum overnight system regeneration before morning requirements resumed. Community announcement would ensure all residents collected necessary drinking water reserves before temporary shutdown, while medical services prepared alternative treatment options for any emergency cases that might develop during maintenance period. With several hours available before scheduled work, Gabrielle utilized the time for careful preparation of necessary tools and replacement components. Damon provided valuable assistance despite his injury, identifying specific materials within their supply inventory while sharing insights regarding previous maintenance challenges. Their professional collaboration quickly transcended stranger status, technical mutual respect, establishing immediate rapport that transcended typical wasteland wariness. As afternoon progressed toward evening, Gabriel observed interesting development that further illustrated Blue Oasis's unique regional position. A group of travelers arrived, 5 individuals showing signs of extended journey through harsh conditions, their water containers conspicuously empty and physical appearance indicating significant dehydration. Rather than proceeding through normal entry protocols, they approached the main gate with aggressive posture, suggesting potential confrontation. Sarah responded to notification from security personnel with calm efficiency, proceeding to the entrance without weapons but accompanied by 2 settlement guards maintaining respectful distance. Gabriel followed with professional interest, curious how the community would handle potential conflict regarding their most precious resource. The traveler's spokesperson, a tall man whose weathered appearance suggested extended wasteland experience, addressed Sarah with barely contained desperation. "Your guards say we need 15 caps each for water access. We've been 3 days without clean water, radiation sickness starting to show in 2 of our people. We have trade goods, but few caps. 15 caps means death for those without." Rather than dismissing their concerns or enforcing rules without consideration, Sarah responded with balanced compassion and practicality. "Our entry fee ensures resource sustainability for everyone. However, we never deny genuine medical need." She gestured toward the medical area visible beyond the entrance. "Those showing radiation symptoms receive immediate treatment regardless of cap capability. Others can arrange work exchange to cover entry fee." This reasonable accommodation visibly deflated the traveler's confrontational posture. Their spokesperson conferred briefly with companions before responding with cautious acceptance. 2 need medical treatment, rest of us willing to work. Have experience with construction and basic security if needed. "Medical needs addressed immediately," Sarah confirmed, gesturing for the affected individuals to proceed toward the treatment area. "Others report to work assignment station for temporary duty registration. Once completed, full water access granted on standard terms." The situation resolved with remarkable efficiency, compromise that protected both the settlement's necessary resource management and the traveler's basic humanitarian needs. Gabrielle noted how the entire interaction proceeded without weapons drawn or threats exchanged. Rare diplomacy in wasteland confrontations where violence typically emerged as first rather than last resort. As evening meal concluded and scheduled maintenance approached, Gabriel completed final preparations with Damon's continued guidance. The pool area gradually cleared of recreational users. specially designated water collection completed for critical services during shutdown period, Sarah provided final authorization after verifying all preparation protocols had been properly implemented. Systems powering down in sequence, Damon confirmed, monitoring control panels with practiced attention despite his injury limiting direct participation. Primary circulation terminated, secondary pumps maintaining minimum pressure during inspection phase. The underwater maintenance presented exactly the technical challenge Gabriel had anticipated. Confined space requiring careful navigation while holding breath for extended periods. The main intake housing had indeed accumulated mineral deposits, constricting water flow, requiring both mechanical cleaning and component adjustment to restore proper function, working in carefully timed intervals, submerging for inspection and adjustment before returning to surface for breathing and consultation. He gradually restored the intake system to proper specifications. Obstruction cleared, he reported after final underwater inspection. Housing sealed correctly, flow indicators showing proper alignment. System ready for restart sequence once electrical connections complete topside. The remaining maintenance progressed with professional efficiency, bearing replacement in the main circulation pump, electrical connection cleaning and resealing, filter system backflushing to remove accumulated particulates. Each task presented its own technical challenges, but nothing beyond Gabriel's experience with similar systems throughout the Commonwealth. Damon provided valuable guidance throughout, his theoretical knowledge complementing Gabrielle's practical expertise in productive collaboration. Commencing restart sequence, Damon announced as final connections were secured. Primary circulation engaging at 25% capacity for initial pressure testing. The system responded with the satisfying mechanical harmony of properly maintained technology. Pumps establishing appropriate operational rhythm, pressure gauges indicating correct distribution, flow indicators confirming restored efficiency throughout the complex filtration network. Gradually increasing capacity demonstrated no leaks or unexpected pressure variances, confirming successful maintenance across all addressed components. Full operational parameters restored, Gabriel confirmed after monitoring complete restart cycle. System actually showing improved efficiency compared to baseline readings, approximately 12% reduction in power requirements for equivalent water processing volume. This unexpected efficiency improvement elicited a genuine smile from both Damon and Sarah, who had remained present throughout the maintenance operation. The additional capacity would enable either increased water production or reduced resource consumption. Valuable flexibility for a settlement entirely dependent on this critical system. Exceptional work, Sarah acknowledged with professional appreciation, particularly the underwater component maintenance, most challenging aspect that has limited previous optimization attempts. The Settlement Council will ensure appropriate compensation beyond standard contractor rates given the efficiency improvements. As morning approached, the maintenance team concluded final system checks before dispersing for well-earned rest. The pool had already begun refilling to operational levels, its pristine clarity restored through the renewed filtration system. Early rising residents observed the progress with evident appreciation, several offering direct thanks to Gabriel as they passed the technical area. After brief but remarkably refreshing sleep in his visitor quarters, Gabriel joined the community breakfast gathering, where Sarah formally announced the maintenance success and resulting system improvements. The news generated genuine appreciation throughout the assembled residents, several approaching afterward to express personal gratitude for his contribution to their community's continued prosperity. The council has authorized special compensation package, Sarah informed him as the gathering dispersed for daily activities. Standard payment in caps for the contracted work. supplemented with trade credit for additional services during your stay, and standing invitation for return visits, without entry fee requirement. Permanent recognition of your contribution to our community. This generous compensation reflected the settlement's unique values, acknowledging technical contributions with appropriate material reward while simultaneously extending community inclusion that transcended mere transactional relationship. Gabrielle accepted with genuine appreciation, recognizing both the practical value and the rarer social recognition represented by such arrangement. With maintenance completed successfully and his original Summerfield contract still requiring fulfillment, Gabriel prepared for departure later that morning. The Blue Oasis had provided far more than the simple water resupply he had initially sought. Physical refreshment through clean water access, professional satisfaction through meaningful technical contribution, and perhaps most valuably, renewed perspective regarding possible community development within the harsh wasteland context. As he organized his pack and replenished supplies for continued journey, Damon approached with what appeared to be technical documentation, carefully wrapped in protective material. Purification system schematics, the younger technician explained, offering the package with evident professional respect. Simplified versions with key maintenance parameters and troubleshooting guidelines. Thought they might prove useful in your travels, particularly for settlements struggling with radiation contamination in water sources. This represented significant trust, sharing technical knowledge that underpinned the settlement's primary resource, rather than maintaining exclusive control. Gabrielle accepted with appropriate recognition of this professional courtesy, understanding the potential value such information might provide to struggling communities throughout the Commonwealth. I'll ensure appropriate application, he assured Damon. Some settlements have partial purification systems that could benefit substantially from even incremental improvements. With final preparations complete and farewells exchanged, Gabriel departed Blue Oasis with the settled satisfaction of meaningful contribution rather than mere transactional completion. As he followed the path leading back toward his original Summerfield destination, he glanced back for final appreciation of the remarkable settlement, its pristine blue pool now fully restored to operational capacity, glinting in morning sunlight like a precious jewel amid the wasteland's harsh palette. The technical knowledge and refreshed perspective traveled with him beyond mere physical departure, rare wasteland optimism grounded in practical achievement rather than wishful thinking. The Commonwealth's challenges remained immense, but settlements like Blue Oasis demonstrated that genuine quality of life remained possible through combination of preserved technology, thoughtful organization, and willingness to balance resource protection with reasonable humanitarian accommodation. As summer heat rebuilt with the climbing sun, Gabriel continued his journey with renewed purpose, carrying not just his mechanical skills, but expanded vision for their potential application throughout the struggling Commonwealth communities. The precious clean water of Blue Oasis had provided more than mere physical hydration. It had refreshed perspective regarding what remained possible even within Apocalypse's harsh constraints. While the Blue Oasis continued providing its precious clean water to grateful travelers throughout the scorching summer months, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, other communities prepared for seasonal transitions in their own unique ways. In a small farming settlement nestled among rolling hills, residents carefully tended fields of mutated pumpkins and multicolored corn that glowed with subtle radiation under the autumn moon. As harvest time approached, they anxiously watched the road for signs of the neighboring settlement's tax collectors, unaware that an approaching wanderer would soon transform their annual tradition from one of fear to genuine celebration. As our mechanic continues his journey with renewed purpose, Our next tale beckons from the bountiful fields of autumn, where a clever negotiator will help transform a harvest of anxiety into a festival of community cooperation. Join us for Autumn's Bounty. The Commonwealth autumn arrived with gentle transformation, turning the wasteland's harsh palette into something unexpectedly beautiful. Mutated trees that had endured summer's radiation now displayed foliage in startling hues. Crimson and amber interspersed with otherworldly blues and purples unknown in pre-war forests. Morning fog lingered in valley bottoms, creating ethereal landscapes as sunlight gradually burned through the mist. The oppressive heat that had dominated for months yielded to pleasant days and cool nights, bringing merciful respite before winter's approach. Through this transformed landscape, a solitary figure traveled with unhurried purpose. Morgan Walker had spent most of her adult life as a negotiator and diplomat, serving various settlements as a neutral third party in disputes or trade arrangements. Her services commanded significant respect throughout the region, not through intimidation or force, but through a hard-earned reputation for fairness and creative problem-solving that benefited all involved parties. Unlike many wasteland travelers who bristled with visible weaponry, Morgan carried only a modest sidearm for essential protection. Her true tools resided in the weathered leather satchel slung across her shoulder. Documents, trading records, and settlement agreements carefully preserved in protective coverings. Knowledge in her profession often provided better protection than additional armament. The Pip-Boy on her wrist displayed her route toward a settlement she had not previously visited, Harvest Home, a small farming community that had recently established trade connections with larger Commonwealth settlements. Their representative had sought her services at Diamond City several weeks earlier, describing a situation that required diplomatic intervention rather than the more common mercenary assistance. Annual harvest festival approaching, the man had explained with evident concern beneath attempted casualness. Best crop yield we've had since establishment. Mut fruit production exceeding expectations. Corn variants showing remarkable adaptation to local soil conditions. When Morgan had inquired about the specific issue requiring negotiation, his expression had shifted toward carefully contained worry. Riverview Settlement, our nearest neighbors about 5 miles west, established what they call a harvest tax last season. 20% of our total yield in exchange for regional protection and trade route maintenance. Protection we've never requested, nor received. This scenario represented an unfortunately common pattern in the Commonwealth's tentative rebuilding. Larger settlements leveraging relative strength against smaller communities, establishing tributary relationships that began as simple extortion before potentially evolving into more equitable arrangements. Morgan had handled similar situations throughout her career, always seeking resolutions that transformed exploitative dynamics into mutually beneficial cooperation. As she crested a gentle rise in the landscape, Harvest Home appeared in the valley below. A settlement constructed around what had once been a pre-war agricultural research station. The central structure remained largely intact, its practical concrete construction having weathered the apocalypse better than more decorative buildings. Around this core, additional structures had been established using salvaged materials combined with traditional building techniques, wooden frameworks supporting walls of various compositions, roofs carefully designed to collect rainwater into central cisterns. Most striking were the fields surrounding the settlement, orderly rows of cultivated plants displaying remarkable vitality against the wasteland's typical barrenness. Corn stalks rose nearly 10 feet tall, their multiple stalks bearing ears with kernels in startling color variations. Deep purples, blues, and golds, rather than the uniform yellow of pre-war varieties. Enormous pumpkins dotted another field, their orange skins bearing subtle patterns of luminescence, suggesting beneficial radiation adaptation rather than dangerous contamination. As Morgan approached the settlement's main entrance, a practical gate constructed from salvaged metal panels reinforced with wooden supports, her arrival had clearly been noticed. A man and woman awaited her approach, their practical clothing marked with the soil stains of recent fieldwork, though they had clearly made efforts to present themselves appropriately for a visitor. "Ms. Walker," the man called as she reached conversation distance. "I'm Jacob Reed, settlement representative who met you in Diamond City. This is Eleanor Michaels, our harvest coordinator. Thank you for coming all this way." Morgan greeted them with professional warmth, her manner cultivated to establish confidence without overstepping appropriate boundaries. The journey was pleasant through the autumn landscape. "Your community appears to be thriving based on field observations. Impressive agricultural development." Eleanor's expression brightened at this recognition, professional pride momentarily overcoming concern about the situation that had prompted Morgan's invitation. 3 generations of selective cultivation. My grandmother began with seed stock salvaged from the research station's preservation vault. Each season we identify the strongest performers for continued development. This explanation suggested technical knowledge beyond basic subsistence farming, understanding of genetic selection and controlled cultivation demonstrating considerable sophistication for a wasteland settlement. As they escorted her through the entrance and into the community proper, Morgan observed numerous details confirming this initial impression. The central building had been repurposed into communal facilities, meals preparation, essential medical services, and administrative functions, occupying what had once been laboratories and offices. Surrounding residential structures showed thoughtful construction using available materials, prioritizing practical functionality while incorporating small aesthetic touches. Window boxes containing flowering plants, doorways decorated with dried corn husk arrangements, paths lined with smoothed stones in deliberate pattern. Most significant for the immediate situation, Morgan noted extensive preparations underway for what was clearly the coming harvest festival. A central gathering area had been established, with tables constructed from salvaged lumber, now covered with colorful cloths that brightened the weathered wood. Decorative garlands fashioned from dried cornstalks and autumn flowers hung between support posts. What appeared to be a traditional cooking pit had been prepared at the area's center, currently unlit but ready for the celebration. These festival preparations, however, carried subtle undercurrent of tension rather than pure anticipation. Community members engaged in the work frequently paused to glance toward the western approach road, their expressions suggesting concern rather than welcome for expected arrivals. Conversations quieted as Morgan passed, resuming with lowered voices suggesting the diplomatic visitor represented both hope and uncertainty. Jacob led them to what had once been the research station's conference room, now serving as the settlement's administrative center. A large table dominated the space, its surface bearing maps of the surrounding region, planting schedules and harvest projections carefully documented with surprising literacy. Several other community leaders awaited their arrival, rising respectfully as Morgan entered. "Thank you for joining us on such short notice," Jacob began once introductions had been completed and refreshments, surprisingly good tea brewed from locally cultivated herbs, had been served. "Our harvest festival begins tomorrow evening, traditionally our most important community gathering. 3 days of celebration marking successful growing season and preparation for winter months. This year should represent our most abundant harvest since settlement establishment," Alina added, her pride in this achievement evident. Corn yield approximately 30% above previous record. Mudfruit varieties showing remarkable sugar content improvement through selective breeding. Pumpkin development exceeding all expectations. Some specimens reaching nearly 100-pound weight with excellent storage characteristics. Morgan listened attentively, noting both the genuine achievement these projections represented and the underlying concern that tempered their natural pride. Impressive results, particularly given the Commonwealth's challenging growing conditions. Your community has clearly developed significant agricultural expertise. An older man who had been introduced as Samuel, the settlement's founding leader, leaned forward with expression shifting toward their actual concern, which makes Riverview's taxation all the more troubling. Last autumn, they appeared without warning just as festival preparations began. 12 armed individuals demanding 20% of our total harvest as regional contribution. When questioned, their leader implied that refusing would result in unfortunate complications for both our settlement and any traders attempting to reach us. Classic extortion pattern, Morgan observed without judgment, her tone analytical rather than condemning. Have they provided any actual services justifying their collection? Trade route maintenance, security patrols, technical assistance? Elena shook her head firmly. Nothing meaningful. Occasional patrol visible on the main road, but no actual intervention during 2 raider incidents we handled ourselves last spring. No infrastructure improvement or technical support, simply demand without corresponding contribution. Morgan nodded, having encountered similar situations throughout her diplomatic career. The Commonwealth rebuilding followed recognizable patterns. Emerging communities, initially focused on self-protection, often evolved toward extractive relationships with smaller settlements, before potentially developing more mutual frameworks as stability increased. Her role typically involved accelerating this evolution, helping communities transition from exploitation toward cooperation, without unnecessary conflict. Tell me about Riverview itself, she requested, gathering essential context. Population size, leadership structure, economic focus beyond this taxation arrangement. Jacob consulted notes before responding with surprising detail. Approximately 60 permanent residents compared to our 35. Former shopping center converted to settlement, substantial defensive walls established using vehicles and construction materials. Leadership council of 5 individuals, though Gerald Maxwell effectively functions as primary authority. Economic activities include water purification, ammunition reloading, limited manufacturing using salvaged materials. This information aligned with Morgan's professional experience. A settlement large enough to impose demands on smaller communities, but not yet developed enough to establish truly mutual trading relationships. The transition phase where diplomatic intervention could prove most effective, particularly with Harvest Festival, creating natural timeline for resolution. They're expected tomorrow afternoon, based on last year's pattern, Samuel added, his weathered features demonstrating concern accumulated through decades of wasteland challenges. Their messenger visited 3 days ago, confirming their intention to collect regional contribution during our festival. 20% would significantly impact our winter reserves and development plans for next growing season. Morgan considered this information thoughtfully, formulating potential approaches based on similar situations she had successfully navigated. I'd like to visit Riverview today before their collection party departs. Establishing diplomatic contact in their territory often proves more effective than initial negotiation during collection attempt, when positions have already solidified. This suggestion clearly surprised the Harvest Home leadership, who exchanged uncertain glances before Jacob responded. "You'd travel there directly?" Their reception might be unwelcoming towards someone representing our interests. "I never represent only one party's interests," Morgan clarified with professional assurance. "My approach focuses on identifying potential mutual benefits currently obscured by limited perspective. Visiting their settlement demonstrates respect for their perceived authority while initiating discussion from a position of diplomatic equality rather than collection point confrontation." After brief discussion among themselves, the settlement leadership agreed this approach offered better prospects than simply awaiting Riverview's arrival. Jacob volunteered to accompany Morgan as Harvest Home's representative, his previous trading experience providing useful background for the diplomatic initiative. Preparations were made for immediate departure, as the 5-mile journey would require several hours of walking, given the indirect routes necessitated by landscape features. The autumn afternoon provided perfect traveling conditions: warm sunshine without summer's oppressive heat, gentle breezes carrying the complex sense of the changing season. As they followed the connecting road between settlements, Morgan used the journey for deeper information gathering, her questions designed to understand both the factual situation and emotional context necessary for effective negotiation. "Has Riverview ever mentioned specific justification for their collection percentage?" she inquired as they navigated around a partially collapsed section of ancient highway. 20% suggests deliberate calculation rather than arbitrary demand." Jacob considered this thoughtfully before responding. Their leader, Maxwell, mentioned something about regional infrastructure contribution proportional to production capacity, claimed other settlements in their territory provide similar percentage based on their respective outputs. Whether those other settlements actually exist or contribute remains unverified. This language suggested more sophisticated thinking than simple raider extortion, terminology indicating potential evolution toward governance structure, however self-serving its current implementation. Morgan filed this insight away as they continued their journey, asking occasional questions about Riverview's known trading relationships, defensive capabilities, and historical interactions with other communities. By mid-afternoon, they approached Riverview Settlement. Its name derived from its position overlooking one of the Commonwealth's less irradiated rivers. The former shopping center had been transformed into a remarkably defensible position, with the original parking lot now surrounded by walls constructed from concrete barriers, stacked vehicles, and salvaged construction materials. Guard positions had been established at strategic intervals, demonstrating organized security rather than haphazard protection. Their approach was noted immediately, a guard calling down from an elevated position near the main entrance. "Identify yourselves and state your business." Morgan stepped forward with practiced diplomatic presence, neither submissive nor challenging, her posture conveying professional purpose. Morgan Walker, Commonwealth Diplomatic Specialist, accompanied by Jacob Reed representing Harvest Home Settlement. "We request meeting with Gerald Maxwell or appropriate leadership regarding regional cooperation opportunities." This formal approach, utilizing neutral terminology rather than directly addressing the taxation issue, created brief confusion followed by cautious response. After consultation with someone not visible from their position, the guard directed them to remain at the designated visitor position while authorization was determined. Several minutes passed before the reinforced gate opened to reveal a woman approximately Morgan's age, dressed in practical clothing supplemented with leather armor components, bearing insignia suggesting organizational structure beyond mere protection. Her expression conveyed cautious curiosity rather than hostility or suspicion. I'm Deanne Emerson, Riverview Council member responsible for external relations. She introduced herself with professional neutrality. Gerald is currently unavailable, but I'm authorized to discuss settlement matters. Diplomatic specialist is an unusual title in the Commonwealth. What exactly does that entail? Morgan recognized this initial conversation as critical for establishing legitimate negotiating framework. I facilitate mutually beneficial arrangements between settlements with complementary resources or needs. My reputation rests on identifying solutions that strengthen all participating communities, rather than merely redistributing existing resources. This explanation appeared to intrigue Diane, whose expression suggested someone more thoughtful than the typical strong-arm enforcer. After brief consideration, she gestured them through the entrance with cautious hospitality. The council chamber is available for discussion. I can't promise immediate decisions on whatever you're proposing, but we'll hear your perspective. The settlement's interior revealed considerable development beyond external appearances. Organized trading stalls occupied what had once been the shopping center's main concourse, while residential spaces had been established in former retail locations. Community members moved with purpose rather than fearful subservience, suggesting reasonably stable living conditions rather than exploitative hierarchy. Most importantly for Morgan's assessment, she observed evidence of genuine productivity. Manufacturing areas creating useful items, water purification systems of impressive capacity, food preparation utilizing preserved rather than scavenged ingredients. The council chamber occupied what had once been the mall's security office, now repurposed with a large table surrounded by mismatched but functional chairs. 2 additional individuals joined Diane there. An older man, introduced as Frederick, who apparently managed water purification operations, and a younger woman named Teresa, responsible for settlement defense. Jacob's settlement has never sent representatives before collection, Diane observed once they were seated, her tone indicating curiosity rather than accusation. What's changed to prompt diplomatic outreach? Morgan allowed Jacob to address this directly, having prepared him during their journey for this opening question. His response balanced honesty with diplomatic phrasing, avoiding confrontational language while clearly presenting their perspective. Harvest Home values regional stability and appropriate resource sharing, he began carefully. Our concern involves sustainability of current arrangement. 20% of total harvest represents significant impact on our winter preparedness and development capacity. We're seeking discussion of more mutually beneficial framework before tomorrow's collection visit. Frederick's expression darkened slightly at this characterization. The regional contribution system ensures proper resource distribution throughout settlements under Riverview protection. 20% represents fair assessment based on your settlement's productivity and the security benefits provided. Rather than directly challenging this clearly practiced justification, Morgan engaged with its underlying premise. Effective regional systems certainly require appropriate resource allocation. My experience throughout the Commonwealth suggests most successful arrangements include clearly defined service provision corresponding to contribution expectations. I'd be interested in hearing more about specific protection and infrastructure services currently provided to Harvest Home as part of this system. This approach, neither accepting their justification nor directly condemning it, created momentary discomfort among the Riverview representatives. Teresa glanced toward Diane with subtle uncertainty, while Frederick adjusted his position with the body language of someone whose prepared responses had proven insufficient. Diane, demonstrating the most political awareness among them, acknowledged the implicit challenge with surprising directness. Our patrol resources prioritize larger trade routes rather than direct settlement protection. Infrastructure development has focused on water purification and central defense improvements that benefit the broader region through increased stability. Morgan nodded with professional acknowledgement rather than confrontational skepticism. Regional stabilization certainly provides indirect benefits to all communities within the territory. However, successful long-term arrangements typically evolve toward more mutual frameworks as settlements develop. Harvest Home has achieved remarkable agricultural advancement that could provide significant benefits beyond basic taxation, particularly regarding nutritional diversity and seed stock improvement. This subtle shift, from challenging their collection justification to suggesting potential mutual benefits, altered the conversation's dynamics. Teresa leaned forward with genuine interest, her practical security perspective apparently recognizing potential advantage beyond simple resource extraction. "What exactly are you suggesting?" she asked directly. "Some kind of reduction in collection percentage?" "I'm suggesting evolution toward genuine trade partnership," Morgan clarified, selecting her words with diplomatic precision. Riverview clearly possesses technical capabilities and security resources that could directly benefit agricultural communities through specific service provision. Harvest Home has developed seed varieties and cultivation techniques that could significantly improve nutritional outcomes throughout the region. Structured exchange of these capabilities would strengthen both communities substantially more than simple resource collection. Jacob added practical detail to this framework, clearly having considered potential arrangements during their journey discussions. "Our settlement could provide agricultural expertise to help establish cultivation within Riverview's walls, reducing your dependence on external food sources. Specialized seed varieties developed for radiation resistance and nutritional density, technical training and sustainable growing methods adapted for Commonwealth conditions." Frederick's expression suggested genuine consideration of these possibilities, his initial defensiveness yielding to practical assessment. "What would you expect in exchange? Complete elimination of the contribution system?" "Not elimination, but transformation," Morgan explained. Detecting growing receptiveness among the Riverview representatives, established security patrols, specifically including Harvest Home's approach routes on regular schedule. Technical assistance with water purification system they're attempting to establish for irrigation expansion. Perhaps most importantly, development of formal trading protocols that acknowledge both settlements' sovereignty while establishing mutually beneficial exchange parameters. Diane studied Morgan with thoughtful assessment before responding. "These suggestions have merit worth council consideration. However, tomorrow's collection party has already been authorized under existing arrangements. Gerald would need to approve any significant modification to established procedures." Rather than accepting this as definitive obstacle, Morgan recognized the opening it provided. Perhaps tomorrow's interaction could initiate this evolution rather than simply continuing previous patterns. Instead of collection party, consider sending trade delegation authorized to assess agricultural developments while delivering technical representatives who could evaluate irrigation assistance requirements. Demonstration of mutual approach rather than immediate protocol change. This suggestion appeared to resonate with Diane, whose role in external relations likely included awareness of diplomatic nuance. A reasonable transition step. Teresa could lead security contingent with dual purpose. Traditional collection presence while evaluating patrol route extension possibilities. Frederick could assess irrigation development requirements while I discuss potential ongoing arrangements with their leadership. With this tentative framework established, the conversation turned toward practical implementation details. how the modified delegation would present itself, what preliminary assessment objectives might be accomplished, and how findings would be presented to both settlement's full leadership for consideration. Throughout this discussion, Morgan noted encouraging signs of genuine engagement rather than mere diplomatic accommodation, questions focusing on potential benefits rather than protection of existing advantage, suggestions building upon others' ideas rather than defending predetermined positions. As afternoon light began to fade, indicating need for conclusion before Morgan and Jakob's return journey, Diane summarized the understanding reached. Tomorrow's delegation will present dual purpose, maintaining continuity of regional systems while initiating assessment for potential partnership development. Collection percentage remains in place for this harvest, but with explicit understanding that technical exchange development may modify future arrangements based on mutual benefit evaluation. Morgan confirmed this accurately represented their discussion, while suggesting one additional element. Consider reducing this particular collection to 15% as good faith indication of partnership intent. The 5% difference represents minimal impact to Riverview, while providing meaningful demonstration to Harvest Home that evolution has genuinely begun. After brief consideration, Diana nodded agreement. Acceptable modification that maintains essential framework while acknowledging transition initiation. I'll personally ensure delegation understands this adjustment and its diplomatic significance. With arrangements established, Morgan and Jacob prepared for a return journey to Harvest Home. The Riverview representatives provided unexpected hospitality, offering water purified through their advanced system and escort through the settlement's outer perimeter as afternoon transitioned toward evening. These small courtesies suggested promising foundation for the diplomatic framework being established, recognition of mutual humanity beyond mere resource calculation. Their walk back to Harvest Home proceeded with golden autumn light illuminating the landscape, transforming even broken structures and scattered debris into scenes of strange beauty. Jacob's demeanor had visibly lightened following the successful negotiation, his conversation focusing on practical opportunities presented by the potential partnership rather than concerns about exploitation. Their water purification knowledge could substantially improve our irrigation capacity, he observed, as they navigated a particularly overgrown section of the connecting road. Reducing radiated water effects on crop mutation would allow more controlled development rather than opportunistic adaptation. Morgan encouraged this positive visualization, understanding that successful implementation would require genuine engagement from both communities rather than merely altered collection frameworks. Their settlement showed considerable technical capacity that could complement your agricultural expertise. Balanced exchange typically generates outcomes exceeding either community's individual development potential. Darkness had nearly fallen when they reached Harvest Home's entrance, where Elena and several other community leaders awaited their return with evident anxiety. Jacob immediately shared the negotiation's positive outcome, explaining the modified delegation approach and reduced collection percentage, with emphasis on partnership development potential. Eleanor received this news with cautious optimism rather than unreserved celebration. They actually agreed to reduction and technical assistance consideration without threat or pressure? Diplomatic approach identified mutual advantages currently obscured by limited interaction patterns, Morgan explained, maintaining professional assessment rather than overstating accomplishment. Tomorrow's modified delegation represents first step in potential evolution, not guaranteed transformation. Success will depend on both communities demonstrating genuine engagement with partnership possibilities. After sharing additional details with the gathered leadership, Morgan accepted their offer of settlement hospitality for the night. The guest quarters provided a small but comfortable room in the main research building, reflected the community's modest resources, but genuine appreciation for her diplomatic service. Morning brought renewed activity throughout Harvest Home as festival preparations intensified. Community members arranged additional tables in the central gathering area, decorated pathways with colorful autumn foliage, and prepared cooking facilities for the planned celebration. The atmosphere carried an interesting mixture of traditional excitement and lingering caution regarding the anticipated Riverview delegation. Morgan observed these preparations with professional interest, noting how the settlement's members incorporated harvest symbols into their decorations. Corn dolls crafted from dried husks, arrangements of unusually colored gourds, garlands woven from preserved grasses and wildflowers. These traditions represented important cultural continuity from before the war, connecting current survival efforts with deeper agricultural heritage that predated even pre-war America. By early afternoon, lookouts reported Riverview delegation approaching along the main road. Their composition immediately demonstrated adherence to the negotiated modification, a group of 8 rather than last year's 12, with visible equipment suggesting technical assessment rather than merely collection capability. Most significantly, their formation indicated diplomatic travel rather than intimidation patrol, weapons carried but not prominently displayed as they approached at measured pace. Morgan positioned herself with Harvest Home's leadership near the main entrance, providing subtle guidance regarding appropriate greeting that would reinforce partnership potential without surrendering dignity through excessive deference. As the Riverview group reached conversation distance, she noted Diane's presence at its center, a promising indication that yesterday's diplomatic understanding remained in effect. "Greetings from Riverview settlement," Diane called as they reached the entrance area. "We come for scheduled harvest assessment and to initiate technical exchange evaluation as discussed with your representative yesterday." Alina stepped forward as Harvest Home's designated spokesperson, her response reflecting the diplomatic language Morgan had suggested during morning preparation. "Welcome to our harvest celebration. We're prepared for contribution collection and look forward to exploring mutual development opportunities your delegation has been authorized to assess." This carefully balanced exchange, acknowledging existing contribution framework while emphasizing partnership potential, established productive tone for the interaction that followed. The Riverview delegation was escorted into the settlement proper, where technical representatives immediately expressed interest in examining agricultural achievements rather than merely calculating collection percentages. Frederick, the water purification specialist, engaged directly with Harvest Home's irrigation coordinator, their conversation quickly focusing on technical specifications rather than settlement politics. Teresa, leading security personnel, demonstrated genuine interest in understanding approach routes, requiring potential patrol coverage, rather than merely establishing dominant presence. Diane herself engaged with Eleanor and Jakob regarding longer-term exchange frameworks, her questions suggesting authentic consideration of partnership benefits rather than merely diplomatic accommodation. Most remarkably, the collection assessment proceeded with collaborative approach rather than demanding inspection. Riverview representatives worked alongside Harvest Home members to identify representative crop samples, calculate reasonable total yield estimates, and determine appropriate 15% portion without contentious disputes or intimidation tactics. The reduced percentage was explicitly acknowledged as partnership development consideration rather than temporary concession, establishing important precedent for future interactions. As afternoon progressed toward evening, festival preparations continued, with Riverview delegation gradually integrated into the community gathering. rather than remaining separate collection enforcers. The traditional lighting of the central cooking fire, apparently an important ceremonial moment in previous years, was approached with unexpected diplomatic awareness. In recognition of developing regional cooperation, Deanne announced as the moment arrived, Riverview and Harvest Home representatives should light this year's festival fire together, symbolizing shared commitment to mutual prosperity. This gesture, clearly not planned before their arrival, demonstrated remarkable evolution from previous year's hierarchical collection to tentative partnership initiation. Elena accepted the suggestion with appropriate acknowledgement, the two women together igniting the carefully prepared fire, while community members from both settlements gathered in expanding circle around the central celebration area. As evening deepened, the harvest festival transformed from anxious obligation to genuine celebration. Music emerged from instruments crafted with wasteland ingenuity, drums fashioned from salvaged containers, string instruments created from repurposed materials, flutes carved from unusual woods grown in radiation-altered forests. Community members shared songs preserved through oral tradition, their lyrics often modified to reflect post-war realities, while maintaining connections to agricultural celebrations centuries old. Food preparation demonstrated impressive creativity with limited ingredients. Corn prepared through multiple cooking methods, mut fruit incorporated into various preserved forms, unusual pumpkin varieties transformed into both savory and sweet offerings. The Riverview delegation participated with evident appreciation, many experiencing crop diversity unavailable within their more industrialized settlement. Morgan observed these developments with professional satisfaction, recognizing successful initial implementation of diplomatic framework that could eventually transform both communities. The negotiated collection still occurred, Riverview representatives cataloging their 15% with methodical precision, but within context suggesting evolution toward mutual exchange rather than mere extraction. Most promising were the spontaneous conversations developing between members of both settlements. Federico explaining water purification techniques to interested agricultural specialists. Teresa discussing security patrol methodologies with Harvest Home's modest defense team. Various community members exchanging personal stories and experiences beyond official delegation purposes. These human connections, developing naturally around shared celebration, represented foundation for genuine partnership beyond any formally negotiated arrangement. As night settled fully across the Commonwealth, the festival gathering continued around the central fire with gradually relaxing formality. The Riverview delegation would remain overnight as arranged, returning to their settlement the following day with both their collected portion and assessment findings that would hopefully establish framework for continued development. Morgan found quiet moment away from central celebration to appreciate the diplomatic success from professional perspective. Autumn stars emerging above the settlement sparkled with remarkable clarity in the radiation-altered atmosphere, their ancient light reaching across unimaginable distance to touch a world transformed, yet still containing human moments of connection and celebration. The harvest gathering below represented something precious amid wasteland existence, not merely survival, but community continuity, cultural preservation, and tentative rebuilding of connections between settlements that might eventually restore aspects of civilization beyond mere subsistence. Their negotiated arrangement, while modest beginning rather than comprehensive solution, demonstrated path forward through cooperation rather than exploitation. As she returned to the central gathering, Morgan observed combined community members sharing traditional harvest dance, simple circular movement around the central fire, steps passing from elderly participants to youngest members, Through demonstration rather than instruction, participants from both settlements followed the same patterns, momently united through cultural expression that transcended their separate identities. This image captured the essence of successful diplomacy in the fractured Commonwealth, not eliminating differences or creating false unity, but establishing frameworks where distinct communities could interact with sufficient mutual benefit to overcome Wasteland's constant pressure toward conflict and exploitation. The autumn harvest, with its natural cycles of growth, gathering, and preparation for coming challenges, provided perfect metaphorical foundation for such cooperation. Tomorrow would bring continued development of specific exchange parameters, technical assessment findings, and eventual return journey for the Riverview delegation. The diplomatic framework established would require ongoing nurturing, facing inevitable challenges as implementation complexities emerged. Yet foundation had been successfully established. Transformation from exploitative taxation toward potential partnership that might eventually benefit entire region rather than merely individual settlements. As firelight illuminated faces from both communities sharing this moment of peaceful celebration, Morgan recognized why her diplomatic work represented more meaningful contribution than merely facilitating resource exchange. Each successful negotiation created small space where humanity's better aspects could emerge, beyond survival's harsh demands, cooperation rather than conflict, mutual benefit rather than exploitation, shared celebration rather than isolated endurance. The autumn stars continued their eternal patterns overhead, unchanged by the world's transformation below, yet witnessing these small moments of human connection amid apocalypse's aftermath. Tomorrow would bring renewed challenges, practical complications, the continuing struggle to rebuild something meaningful from civilization's remains. But tonight allowed genuine celebration of harvest bounty, not merely crops gathered, but potential partnerships planted, mutual respect cultivated, and cooperative future taking tentative root in Commonwealth soil. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.